Welcome to the March 8th Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. I'd like to first recognize that we are on the traditional territory of the Signage First Nation. Our clerk today is Ms. Sheila Gurley. Today's Governance and Priorities Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter, Council Procedure Bylaw 2018 number 7272, and Ministerial Order number M192 governing open meetings during a state of emergency, and the Provincial Health Order regarding gatherings and events. Therefore, members of the public are required to observe meetings virtually and not to attend in person. Also, question period will be suspended throughout the duration of the provincial health orders in effect. Before we begin today, I'd also like to acknowledge that today is International Women's Day. International Women's Day is a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. The day also marks a call to action for accelerating gender parity. So the first item on the agenda is introduction of late items. Ms. Gurry?
Thank you, Chair. For late items today is just the addition of item 5A under Governance and Priorities Committee Agenda Planning. We're adding the new GPC matrix to the addendum.
Excellent, thank you. And if we could have a motion for the adoption of the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Bonner. All in favor? Motion carried. And we could have a motion, next is adoption of the minutes as circulated. Moved by Mayor Krogh, seconded by Councillor Bonner. All in favor? Motion carried. Which brings us to item 5, agenda planning. Governance and Priorities Committee agenda planning, and Ms. Gurry will be introducing this topic that we've been picking away at for a while.
Thank you so much, Chair. So today in front of you and on your addendum is the updated matrix that was created for your GPC planning. In the prior two Governance and Priorities Committee meetings, Council identified off of the list of upcoming topics which ones that they were interested in hearing about first and or in a semi-priority order. So it reflects those topics, but not other topics that are driven by staff, work plans and or the strategic plan that generated those work plans that will be populated after the meeting today and incorporated into this matrix. But this matrix just identifies, like I said, the topics that mattered to Council at the last couple of GPC meetings. So to that end, the overall priority ranking column will be completed after receiving Council's rankings today or before printing the next agenda with the updated matrix. There is a couple of councillors absent right now, and if Council today isn't ready to provide me with those rankings, if they could. Today's process will go through each of the topics on the list line by line, and any further topics that Council may wish to add that aren't included on this matrix, and ensure each line as we go through is completed to Council's liking. The additions of feedback I received from some councillors is in bold italics, so Council just needs to make sure they're okay with that when we go through each line, and you can add any additional information that you see fit. And at the end of that, we'll then start back at the top and Council can provide me their ranking of each of these topics, and we'll know if it's out of 12, 13, right now it's 11 topics, but until you go through and possibly identify any future topics, we won't know what the ranking will be out of yet. So that is the process for today. Should Council have any future topics or topics that they just missed in the last couple meetings, we will add them today. And then going forward, this ranking process will be done I think Council agreed on a every 3 or 4 month basis. So I was thinking the next time that this exercise would come to you would be at the end of June. And in the meantime, on your agenda planning will still be the first item on the list. And you can go through the newly populated list next week with the staff additions, ask any questions that you might have. And at any time, if you wish to add another topic that isn't included on the priorities that we go through today, council could do so, and it would just be added to the bottom of the list and then ranked during that ranking exercise when it comes back. However, some exceptions would be emergent issues that need to be dealt with right away, and that would be easily agreed to by council should those items come up and you have those to bring forward. The purpose of doing this every 3 to 4 months is to see if those priorities are still priorities to you, and or if there's additional priorities that you would like to see done beforehand, and to just revisit that list at this time. So unless council has any problems with that process and or feedback on that process, we would just start at the top of the list and go through it. Is that okay? Yeah.
Sounds great. I'm not seeing any questions. Just a quick question, Ms. Gurry. Did you receive any new topics from council members, or are we kind of everything that's on here is sort of what's in the docket so far?
Yes, everything that is on the addendum document has been, is correct. The matrix I may have sent you may have been missing committee structure, which is now on the addendum and on the list. So right now for topics, we have neighborhood associations, crosswalk safety, One Port Drive, capital planning, homelessness and addictions and impact on Nanaimo businesses, Waterfront Walkway, election signage, street entertainers bylaw, Vancouver Island Conference Center, sports venues and tourism strategies, and committee structure. So that's currently what's on the list. So if we start at the top, make sure council's okay with the background, format, invitees, desired outcome. We'll go through to the next one and down the list. And if I've missed any and or if you have any additions, that's when we would add them today and get a rough idea, and then start back at the top with your ranking order. Does that make sense?
Works for me. Council? Okay, not seeing any questions, so yeah, we'll start at the top of the list there.
I appreciate you guys all working through this with me. It's not as bad as herding cats or leashing cats. So neighborhood associations, number 1. So that was identified from council some time ago, and at a GPC meeting we had last year, I think it was a GPC on GPCs, council had workshopped through these this topic to identify the format, invitees, and desired outcomes. So there hasn't been much changed with that, and I do believe that staff have let you know that this is coming up soon. I think it might be as soon as April, and that's why it says April on the timeline. Staff did go through the timeline as well last week to just try to identify, if not a month, a quarter, when we would be bringing these items forward to you as far as we knew with our work plans, and instead of an actual GPC date, because there could be some slight variations. So this is set for April, so if council has anything to add or talk about with this one, if not, we'll just move on to the next one.
Any questions from council? Comments? Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may, to Ms. Gurry, at the end of that conversation, since this will be our second GPC that we've had on this, will we be in the process of, or being able to write up the policy on how we're going to proceed with this? Because I think it's really important, especially now that we're getting more into our the work that we're doing in terms of community amenity contributions, building permits, rezoning, the OCP, that we're going to want a lot more input from our neighborhood association. But I really think it's important that we have a fairly clear structure on what is a neighborhood association, and look at also capacity building as well.
So I don't believe Ms. Bullpulsing is here to give a complete, clear answer, but what I could put on the chart under desired outcomes is a policy or process that clearly defines the neighborhood association structure. If that was identified as a desired outcome on your chart, would that satisfy maybe staff at least responding to that when they come back? with that
Yeah,
information.
absolutely, and by us asking for that, I also think it's important that we build some sort of capacity building as our, we're asking a lot from the neighborhoods to build these associations, so I think in our return, we should be helping them build their capacity.
Thank you, I'm just taking notes on that. Okay, yeah, I will add that to the desired outcome.
Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Chair. I didn't put this in on my Excel sheet, but I did have a thought when I was going through this, that it might make sense to draft something about where we think neighborhood associations are going and then actually put it out as part of the Reimagine Nanaimo process, to have it sort of get feedback through that process, through the community. It was just an idea I had, rather than trying to do that in isolation, just incorporate it into the Reimagine process. But I don't know how others feel about that, but it's just one idea.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Just, I wanted to jump at the opportunity to say that I totally agree with Councillor Bonner on this issue, and I think as we're proceeding with Reimagine Nanaimo, as I think he said, it is important that we define what we mean by neighborhood associations, and so I would love to see some policy in place, and I hope that's where we're headed. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to second sort of the addressing capacity building. I think that's important. So I think, Ms. Gurry, you do have that written down as being an item that would be great to discuss and have staff opinion on. The other item is I know that the development community has written in a bit regarding the role of neighborhood associations and sort of some challenges and opportunities, and I'm just putting out to council, is this would this GPC be the place to have a representative from the development community, providing perspective, or is that something that would come later down the line once we've kind of drafted up what we figure the role of neighborhood associations be? Just a question in general. Councillor Bonner.
That just there was another question. My first question is actually to Councillor Brown in terms of, if we put it into the Reimagine process, are you saying that we don't have this meeting in April, or do we have this as well and have that policy prior to that meeting?
I didn't get that far in my thinking.
Okay. I guess the next question I have is to staff who work with these neighborhood associations. If we were to invite some representatives, chairs to this, I don't think we'd want to invite all of them, but do you have a particular, say, 3 groups that are very, very active and associations and have meetings and that sort of thing that we could invite?
Through the chair, I think first of all, I would mention that Mr. Schulberg is working on this file and is moving us forward to coming to you in the GPC meeting. It could have potentially been March, but we just, as you see on your agenda, you have your GPC meetings for March are pretty full. Mm-hmm. So absolutely, we've been working, or he's been working, I should say, directly with the neighborhood network, which is a good group in terms of representation of all the associations. And absolutely, there are some associations that are very well organized, and we may want to include those groups in there, but the neighborhood network, I think, allows for the opportunity for all associations to have a voice.
So perhaps they could choose a couple then.
I'll have to follow up with Mr. Schulberg and the team that's been working on it, but I think there's probably been a couple of neighborhoods that are probably been more involved in this process, and if that's true, then we'll make sure that they have an opportunity to be included.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Thorpe.
Thanks, Chair. If I may, the word that I was trying to find, and I couldn't find it a few minutes ago, was credible. And I think it's important for council looking ahead that we know what constitutes a recognizable, legitimate, credible neighborhood association, so that when we hear from quite often individuals who claim to represent a neighborhood, are they in fact speaking for that neighborhood association, and is it in fact a credible neighborhood association with possibly a board of directors, possibly a charter, possibly elections. So I think it's important that we, for our benefit, as well as the neighborhoods, define what do we consider constitutes a neighborhood association, so that when we get requests from individuals or groups, that we know that they are credible. So I think we need to just determine some criteria, help the neighborhood associations meet that criteria if they need help, and then our communication will be improved. Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. My comments are almost exactly the same as Councillor Thorpe's. Must be the gray hair, I'm not sure what. Anyway, I think there has to be some sort of, credibility is a good word. I was thinking more in lines of, are they registered with the city as a neighborhood association, or are they registered as a society within the province? Some ideas to, because the problem I see, if it's kind of willy-nilly, is that we only really hear from when there's an issue in their particular neighborhood, and then we don't know who the actual spokesperson should be, which I think is extremely important. We have to know, because there have been instances in the past where somebody has claimed to be speaking on behalf of the neighborhood association, and then we hear from somebody else within that association, and that's not what they agreed to say. So I think credibility is the key here. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turley. Just one more point to note in terms of inviting different representatives from the neighborhood associations to potentially speak. Potentially the neighborhood network chair would be the most appropriate, or if there are other folks that could speak, that we would put it to the network to decide and select who, as opposed to selecting ourselves, but just to utilize the network and make the decision a little easier on us. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you. Not to delay this any longer, but I'm totally in agreement with what Councillor Thorpe has said. Today is banner day. But I'm wondering, when can we do that? Because we don't have any time left between now and April. I'm leaning towards the idea of neighborhood associations being associations that are recognized societies, that have members, that have elections, that have some sort of policy and bylaws. But that's just me. When do we plan on sending this out if they're going to come to this meeting in April? How do we get it to them ahead of time? How do we ourselves agree to it? Kind of thought we were going to agree to it at that meeting, but that's where I'm heading anyway.
Chair, thank you. Chair, through you to Councillor Bonner and other council members. I think at this meeting, at the very least, will be a framework for how you get there to your desired recognition and or credibility of these associations. I think staff will at least have the framework to how they're going to get there, or get if they're able to, or what that means and the implications around that, for sure.
Thank you.
Great. I think I'm not seeing any other questions, so we'll move on to the next one, which is Crosswalk Safety.
Thank you, Chair. So as with the neighborhood associations, this one has already been workshopped with council last year. And I did receive some additional information from a councillor, some more information included in the information report about raised crosswalks at high accident intersections, crosswalk design modeling, etc. And then invitees, RCMP traffic reconstructionist who can provide information, ICBC safety coordinator, and then under desired outcomes, basically what would it take for all crosswalks to have the latest safety features available. So I do know staff, prior to this feedback, has been working on a report. So this might be a two-step process, because I'm not sure if staff would be able to have all of that additional information ready. So maybe some, at least answers as to when they could have that ready, if they're coming forward with something on crosswalks before, during Q2, would they be able to have those invitees ready and all of that information ready? So at least they'd have answers as to when they could at that meeting, so it might be a two-part process. But just my take from the extra feedback, but if council's okay with that format, invitees and desired outcomes, nothing to add, we can move on.
Councillor Bonner, or you?
Thank you, Chair. And just if I could add one little thing for Mr. Sims is, I'm quite interested in a look at our warrant system, how it works, how they're generated. From a policy point of view, I'm not suggesting that we change the warrants or how they're made, but from a policy point of view is how do we put more emphasis that if warrants get to a certain level, then it would get like having at the higher level of policy of saying, okay, we're a bit more conservative in our warrants and we want more lights based on, whatever the warrant would suggest. That's kind of where I'm looking at this thing. I've read a significant amount of material on this and the good things and bad things about flashing crosswalks as an example, or different types of crosswalks. So I'm quite interested in the warrant system and how the criteria that we would emphasize on that from a policy point of view.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just briefly, we've got a number of reports coming before you in the next several months all around pedestrian safety. And as Ms. Gurry hinted, it's going to be a two-step process. So the first one that you'll be seeing shortly, next week, I believe, is just on a portion of the pedestrian unallocated. Council's allocated $1 million towards pedestrian facilities, and we're coming forward with some recommendations about half the funds next week. And within, sort of embedded in that report, are a number of pieces that speak to crosswalk safety. But what we'll endeavor to do, so sort of layering this stuff in, but what we'll endeavor to do when we bring this particular topic forward is provide, we'll extract that and provide it all in one location, so that we can, just for council's awareness.
Thank you. Great. Not seeing any other questions. Number 1, Port Drive.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And there is a typo there because staff are coming in Q2 with this information. So they'll be providing an update. So there is limited information shown here, and this is an ongoing project. There is a master plan that was endorsed by council. I believe it was the previous council. So I'm not sure if that's coming back forward to you, but it will be an update on the project and next steps, and the desired outcomes would be obviously that the next steps are identified and council agrees on their vision, whether it be an update of that master plan or reviewing that master plan. But that is what we have for feedback for One Port Drive.
Brilliant. Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff, so I know that one of the projects that is highlighted by the potential new economic development external agency is number 1 Port Drive, and I'm sort of in the back of my mind thinking that maybe combining the two at the same time, when we as staff announce what plans or ideas are for there, if it could perhaps be delayed to be in conjunction with the Economic Development External Agency. So it's, I may be way off base here, but I see the two kind of melding together. Only a comment.
Mr. Chairman, That's fine. I think the only thing I would add to One Port Drive is I think it's, as council knows, a large, complicated file, and there's probably a number of touch points and opportunities that will be before council with regular updates on that. And absolutely, it's referenced in the draft or in the economic development strategy, but also in your strategic plan and various other policy documents. So.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions.
Well, if I may, Chair.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thorpe.
Thanks very much. I guess my sort of vision for this, Ms. Gurry, would be possibly a GPC format, but maybe also or alternately a morning workshop for council to basically blue sky our vision, our general vision of that entire area of the waterfront, to see if we have consensus and what ideally we would like to see there, which would tie in with what Councillor Turley is talking about. It would also, in my mind, involve re-examining the South Waterfront initiative, the work that was done earlier, and seeing if we still like that or agree with it or want to move towards that. So I just envisioned sort of a review of the city visioning for that area and possibly, like I say, a workshop format to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just possibly Mr. Lindsay could answer this, but I think there is two plans. I think there's the south plan, but I think there is actually a One Port Drive master plan. So that visioning plan has been done for the One Port Drive as well as the south end. Is that correct, Mr. Lindsay?
Thank you. Through the chair, that of course, I think council's aware that the plan was adopted. It's actually part of the official community plan. But certainly, if council wishes to review that document, we could bring it forward and do a workshop type session of all the background work that's been done to date, and have that overview.
Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, that was going to be my question through to Councillor Thorpe. Is the intention to open that, or potentially open that plan back up and go and look for a different direction, or just because I thought we were sort of getting to the point where we might be considering chopping it up and getting it ready for sale. So that's where I'm sort of wondering where we're going, if we're stepping back, and that's okay. I'm just trying to understand the intent.
If I may, Chair, no, I personally, I don't want us to step back. I want us to move forward on this. I didn't feel that this council had ever had a chance to have a careful look at that planning that was done and the visioning that was done. And I know that we've gone along sort of assuming acceptance of that. But I think it would be worthwhile to have a review of it so we can all have another look at it and make sure that we all feel, yes, this is where we want to go and that's how we're proceeding. And I guess maybe when I talk of One Port Drive and South Downtown Waterfront, I'm being more general and larger in scope than just the One Port Drive piece itself. So maybe that's my fault for bringing in that confusion.
Ms. Gurry?
Thank you, Chair. I think to Councillor Thorpe and Mr. Lindsay's discussion, I think bringing that plan back so that this council sees where it's at and an update as to where it's at and an update as to steps to move forward. And if at that time council wishes to revise any of it or revisit it, or I think the workshop would help you to determine that. So I think we could do that.
Just my comments on this. I think it is good to review where we're at on this for sure. I think probably in the session that is scheduled, I'm not sure a full morning workshop is necessary at this point. However, it would be good that council sent out the two plans, and in the GPC where we do have have the opportunity to discuss this, with council reviewing the documents and, the information that we'll be receiving in other meetings, if council members do have questions or any ideas that they think that they would like addressed around it, to bring that up. I'm not sure if that would sufficiently address, because from my experience with this, I feel pretty well briefed where the project is and what the vision is for it, and don't have much to add other than sort of the discussion that we've had in the past of sort of the next steps that we're doing with Port Drive. And so I'm just curious, question to Councillor Thorpe, is that sufficient to the GPCs to first just have council look at what the plans are, and if there is any discussion points around it to discuss? I'm hearing that you have a feeling that other council members really had an opportunity to understand what's going on in that area and have time to provide input, and also not consent, but understand that this is the direction that we are going. I'm good with that. Okay. Councillor Brown?
Yeah, this sort of changes my intention of when I voted on it in my sheet. So do we get a chance to re-rank things now?
Yes, so after we're done going through this list and we have any additions that you have and haven't given me already, after that we'll go back and rank them, because then we'll know what we're ranking them out of, if it's 1 through 11, which is what we currently have, or if it's 12, 13. So yes, you can re-rank yours.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think this has gone down a path that I'm not particularly interested in going down. We already did a session on things like downtown and the South Downtown waterfront lands. I feel if we've gone over it in detail, and I also feel like the plan's there to review. So I wouldn't want to waste, in my opinion, waste staff time on just a review. I think we could all do that ourselves or go back to those past sessions. If there's new information and deciding the future trajectory, then absolutely, if we're accelerating it or saying pump the brakes. But the intention of this, to me, seems like it would just absolutely slow down the process already underway, and I don't think we should be doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. My understanding is, I think, from this discussion, we've kind of stepped back of having sort of a workshop, large review, but there will be some time at a GPC where Port Drive will be discussed, and the plans will be sent out to council members to review and have a look at. And if there is stuff that would like to be brought up, council members will have an opportunity at the discussion, but I don't believe that there's going to be a large amount of staff time spent on presenting anything new that's already been established, just more an opportunity for council members to raise anything should they should. It sounds like Councillor Thorpe might have some items, and that it could be a very short, small discussion. So that's kind of my understanding where things are at that, if I'm not catching the airwaves right here.
Yeah. Just to be clear, though, like any substantial change would be an OCP amendment, and that's not a short process, right? So.
Great. So, not seeing any other questions on that one, which brings us to capital planning.
Thank you, Chair. So this one was added as a priority in the last couple of GPC meetings you had and discussed this. So for right now in a format for capital planning included in the next budget cycle, and with the possibility of multi-project borrowing referendum is some of the feedback I received. But if council has a different idea of what this exercise is, now would be the time to kind of identify what you're looking for in this process.
Councillor Brown, are you, Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. I've got an additional idea, if I may. I'm quite interested in capital planning and how it works. I'd like to relook at what is in the capital plan right now for the next 5-10 years. Why are those projects in the plan? Has the recent motions by council in terms of the donut model economy, climate change, changed the need for those plans? And if we wanted to change the plans, how do we go about doing that? So, not that I'm suggesting changing anything right now, I just want to know what all my options are. Thanks.
Okay. Any other items? Yeah, the only thing that I see written down here is possible multi-project borrowing referendum, and I wasn't quite clear on that, and I can't remember who brought this particular topic forward.
Thank you, Chair, through you to Council. There are some items in your plans or scenarios for capital projects that would require borrowing and therefore a referendum or an alternative approval process. So those items, when identified, would obviously come to Council, and then your vote on proceeding with them and going down that line would be your options. Like, it would be presented to you at those meetings.
So at the GPC meeting, these potential projects would be brought forward for us to have that discussion around whether we'd bring them forward to referendum. I guess I'm not quite understanding the desired outcomes.
Thank you, Chair. That's a good point, because for finance and capital planning, outside of the general, what are your priorities and what do you envision, the items would be better dealt with at either a finance and audit initially, and then or a council meeting. So you're quite correct that that part of it is more of a in a different format than a GPC meeting. So that's a good point. I would remove that from the list, and possibly maybe council just has a discussion on the capital projects that are of a priority to you, and that could be a GPC discussion. So maybe it's the format that needs to be looked at again. And or we could remove it from this list. So now would be the time to kind of have that discussion, but it's a good point.
My understanding when this came up, and I can't remember who on council brought it forward, but I think there was some just questions around sort of the capital project planning process and how we determine priority projects.
Yes.
And where council fits into
Yes,
that
Mr.
process.
Chair, that's exactly the point. I think council asked for more of an advanced opportunity to be involved in the development of the capital budget process, which we committed to do before the staff have finalized what they look at from a technical point of view. All the things that, this pipe is scheduled for renewal and those types of things that we have to do. So we were anticipating coming to council with a list of the capital and seeking your input and, advising you what's proposed, in the second quarter before the budgets have been developed to an extent where they're embedded in the financial plan. The second issue is the beyond scope projects, and we have several that are candidates for that: the Waterfront Walkway, the RCMP, the Public Works, and possibly some recreational or other community amenity facilities that are not currently in the long-term funded capital project list. And that's a separate conversation. It's related but separate. So we're not quite ready to do that at this stage. But clearly, we've told you that there's got to be a long-term plan for both the Public Works and the RCMP buildings, and so and I think council would like to do a little bit of thinking of what else should possibly on a candidate list of capital projects that might need additional funding support. We're going to be providing you opportunities to brainstorm on those ideas in the next month or so anyway. So there's a couple of things here, but as a minimum, as part of the budget cycle, we're going to come to you this year with a budget capital day, and so you can go through that information and be comfortable with it before it gets advanced, so that you don't receive it until November when you do the budget. I think that was the ask that I heard. And so, clearly it's huge because there's pages and pages and pages and pages of capital projects, but there's only a skinny few that are maybe of probable interest to council, because a lot of them are underground infrastructure that's got to be done, but it's not really necessarily top of mind for council. So kind of two things that they will merge.
So, part of the outcome of this GPC then will, one, bring council up to speed and articulate sort of the capital planning process so that
Yes.
we're aware of the elements involved in that, and then also present projects of a strategic nature and have a discussion around council's perspective on those items.
As a minimum, a broad conversation around capital enables all conversations to be on the table. But in terms of serving this year's budget cycle, we need to get in front of you the list of projects that are anticipated either because of renewal as well as strategic. There's a long list of small projects, and then there's a shorter list of maybe strategic projects. And so that's where I think council probably would want to go and leverage those, or even identify additional projects so we can provide that needs to be in the second quarter before we get too far into finalizing what looks like the capital budget to build into the financial system. So the other piece, there'll be additional information coming through with council workshops and that type of thing about priorities that might serve to feed that as well. But I have mentioned some of the unfunded major capital that have to be addressed somehow in the next few years, and those include the RCMP and the public works facilities, as well as the Waterfront Walkway, which is well down the path, as you know, pun intended, and maybe other projects. And I think council wants time to sort of fashion up what those other projects might be. And are any of those in the short term, or are they longer term as well? So there's plenty of opportunity for capital in the second quarter.
Excellent. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair, very much. I'm certainly very interested in discussion of capital planning and the city's long-term planning with the number of projects that we will need to tackle in the years ahead. And Mr. Rudolph has identified several of them, and I'm sure there's a lot more. So I think that would be a very valuable discussion at GPC to go over that information again. We've heard it before, but maybe there's updates. And I think it was my feedback that mentioned the term referendum, and I agree that discussion would be better suited to finance and audit, and it might never happen, but it's just a thought I wanted to put on paper, that if we end up following our discussion of projects, feeling that several are still a high priority and we want to proceed with them, we know they're going to be very expensive, we know things take a long time to get accomplished. With an election coming up in a year and a half, it might be an opportunity to go to the electorate with a borrowing referendum to fund one or two or three of these projects that we identify. I think I've heard the mayor mention that idea as well in passing, and it's just a thought at this point, but I think it's one that we should keep in the back of our minds. Thank you.
Great. Seeing no other questions, we'll go to the next one. Homelessness and addictions impact on Nanaimo businesses.
Thank you, Chair. So again, there's been some additional feedback received from council, either at the last couple of GPC meetings and or following up from that in emails to me. So under the format, there is an open mic for taxpayers to express frustrations and challenges, discussion on what the city can do to assist, discussion on safety as a whole, resources available and streamlining or finding solutions to help all. Invitees would be business owners and residents that are impacted by the homelessness crisis, desired outcomes, solutions, education, and hearing from those affected. And so that is what we have there, unless there's any additions or omissions that you wish to discuss.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. Not sure how this one got in here. Obviously, someone suggested it. But with the work that the Health and Housing Task Force has done, and Council's endorsing the Health and Housing Action Plan, with the work that's going to be going to set up the service provider organization over the next little while, I'm wondering, do we need this at this time? Of all the things that we get email on, other than roaming cats and Opal Road, this is the #1 issue, and I have heard dozens and dozens of times and met with dozens and dozens of people on the impacts that homelessness and housing and addictions have created, wreaked on our city. So I completely understand that. I'm just not sure that we need this now, or should we wait for some of the action plans to come forward from the work that we've already started? I just don't know why we have it here, or what value it would have at the end.
Okay. I believe Councillor Thorpe brought this one forward. I've got Councillor Martman to speak, and then Councillor Thorpe. Some questions, go ahead.
I concur with Councillor Bonner. I think at this time, I'd like to see it back on the GPC, but maybe in 6 months' time, or maybe even a year, I'd like to see what some of our actions have taken place and housing has been built and where we are in 6 months on the homelessness, or 9 months. So I agree. I don't think it should come as soon as April.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, again, I'm guilty of putting this forward. And I agree. I don't see a great urgency to this, and I appreciate the Health and Housing Task Force and its report, and I'll look forward to the effect that has on the homelessness problem and the subsequent issues that some of our residents and businesses are facing. I guess I was picturing this as an education piece, because we do get emails and phone calls, complaints from businesses downtown, residents in all areas of the city about the effects of the homelessness issue and the petty crime that's resulted indirectly, let's say, from that. So I saw this as an education piece to say, look, this is what we're doing. Health and Housing Task Force is a big part of that, but that deals with helping the people that are on the streets find a place to have shelter, to have accommodation. What are we doing? What have we been doing? And I think we've been doing a lot to help the local businesses, the local residents that feel impacted. So what are the bylaws that we can bring into play that we might need to use? What is our staffing level of bylaw officers, and what is the involvement of our CMP? What can we do? What can't we do? So that when we get complaints of very down to basics, things like people loitering and shooting up drugs in front of downtown businesses, how can we deal with that? What tools do we have? So I'm not saying that we're not doing anything. I think we're doing a lot, but I think the city needs to hear that. And I guess I just saw this as a venue for people to come and tell us, look, this is what we're dealing with, and we can in return say, this is how we're attempting to help you. So that's all it is, and maybe it can well wait until after we see the effects of the Health and Housing Task Force, but I also think there's some more immediate, smaller issues that people would like to know that we are trying to deal with. That was my thinking. Thanks.
Mayor Krogh.
Thank you very much, Chair. I concur with Councillor Thorpe on this. It is around public education because, as he's pointed out, we all continue to receive letters. The issues of who has jurisdiction over what, depending on the level of government, is still incredibly problematic. We have a provincial budget coming up fairly shortly, much later than usual, but I am extremely optimistic that the government gets it, that there will be commitments made in that budget around, in particular, dealing with the severe cases of those who have mental health issues, addiction issues, acquired brain injury, let alone what I will call the almost simple problem of homelessness, which are just people who need a place to live that's safe and secure, let alone the supportive housing which is necessary. So I think there is merit in it. I am with Councillor Thorpe, though, as well, that it doesn't have to be top of the agenda, but 2 or 3 months down the road might be a very useful time for us to have a public discussion, and in the hopes that the media will do its job and start to cover this in a way so that people will understand that the city has been doing a lot, that we're under enormous pressure, but at the end of the day, we cannot deliver, nor do we deliver, many of the services that are going to provide comfort, security, and the necessary solutions.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering how this would be different than the session that we had, I believe, where we had folks from the province here. And again, I'm just trying to, is it a different intention? I feel like I'm maybe missing what the intention of this is supposed to be, because where I'm understanding, I'm kind of wondering if we've already done this GPC.
My take on this GPC, I think the intention I'm hearing from Councillor Thorpe is sort of as a public communication and education session. I think homelessness and addiction is sort of the #1 issue that people are experiencing and that we get emails on. And I think people are very interested in sort of what is the state of the union in terms of what we're doing currently to address that, and for us to package up all the different initiatives and projects and give an update of currently what's going on, and potentially, you know, have an opportunity for different groups to vent and provide feedback. I do recall, as Councillor Brown brought up, that we did have a GPC on this. Time is rocketing by, maybe a year ago, but I do think a regular checkup could be helpful. I think that it gives a chance for the media to really hear what we've been doing and have it packaged up into one session. And you know, I do hear that for some councillors, and you know, I'm on there, this doesn't have to be an immediate thing, and maybe something that we can circle back to in 2-3 months' time once we've got a few of our initiatives and projects underway. So I think the intent has been pretty clearly articulated around it being sort of an education communication piece and a chance for us to have a discussion on an important topic that's sort of top of mind for everyone, and an update. And maybe at the end of the session, as we've gone through all the different items, we can talk a little bit about our priorities, just so that we can put this particular topic in its proper place. I have Ms. Gurry done.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to your point, when we rank these, you could rank that as a lesser priority out of however many items we have. And I do know that staff plan to come forward to you with part of this topic, which in the sense of security in the downtown, and when it comes to police and bylaw and private security, solutions around how to coordinate that and have a sense of what everybody's doing. Perhaps Mr. Rudolph would like to mention more on that, but I do know that looking for streamlining those services and or seeing if there's a way to better coordinate them is part of that conversation that staff will be trying to provide some input to and get some answers around.
Great. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I do hear what Councillor Thorpe's saying, and I actually quite agree with him. I think that the work that the Health and Housing Task Force and the work that we'll be continuing on sort of kills two birds with one stone. If we can manage our homeless issues in our city, a lot of these other complaints will go away. Perhaps prior to that meeting in 2 to 3 months from now, as we engage our online services through Engage NIMO, and that website, and look for feedback on this particular topic.
Okay. Seeing no other comments on this, so we'll go to the next item. Waterfront Walkway.
Thank you, Chair. This one should be pretty basic. It's just going to be another update, a status of where the project is at and the next steps. The next steps identified would be the desired outcome. And again, there could be some bigger decisions for council to make down the road, but I believe staff can provide you the status, et cetera, coming up, and has been providing regular updates on this issue as well. So.
Thank you. So basically just the an update on where we're at with this, sort of for council information, discussion, and update for the community. Any comments, questions on this one? Okay. Election signage.
Thank you, Chair. For this one, we will be looking at our election bylaw and possibly streamlining the signage, political sign process with maybe a procedure or policy, as well as updating the election signage bylaw. And, well, the election bylaw will include election signage is what I'm saying. So we have an election bylaw. Signage is included in a couple of our bylaws, but in order to streamline it, there's inconsistencies and irregularities in some of our bylaws. So it'll be fixing more than just one bylaw and process. And we're shooting for the fall. If we can bring it to you earlier, great, but I'd rather under promise, over deliver. It's the saying I'm trying. So that's where we're looking at bringing that forward to, and it'll address locations of signs, when the signs can come up, and all of those questions that become quite sometimes contentious during the campaigning period for elections. And it's not just local government elections. We do give sign deposits. Politicians and candidates provide us deposits for elections for provincial and federal elections as well. So it'll be placement of signs and some decisions for you to all make and adopt around that process.
Councillor Markman.
Thank you. And thank you. I did hear in the bylaw that you'd be looking at possibly identifying locations and possibly limitations, more limitations on sign usage. I'm thinking that with the staff report on the background would look at other municipalities. I don't think we've got any in BC yet that have restricted no signage on elections yet, but this is something I was very interested in because I find that the costs of signage is a blight on the environment, and it's also about leveling the playing field for those that are running, because signs are very expensive, and those that have the support and the money can often overshadow other people. So I'm interested in this and looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martman. Councillor Bonner.
I would like to have the conversation, definitely. Signs are expensive, but in terms of the circular economy, I'll just let you all know that all my signs now make up a spray booth at Makerspace. And people who don't agree with me, they spray all over my face.
Wonderful. Councillor Turley.
In addition to what Councillor Bonner said, mine now make up all my shelving in my garage. Thank you.
Wonderful. Seeing no more questions, moving on to street entertainer bylaw.
Thank you, Chair. So this was brought forward as an identified topic from Council to discuss at a GPC upcoming. So it is highlighted in yellow just because staff were looking for just what is the desired outcome of this. Obviously, it's probably an examination of the street entertainers bylaw. Some work after we have an idea of what the desired outcome would be and what are some of the identified issues, then staff could bring forward a report as to kind of what that would entail. I think this would be more of a larger process like the animal responsibility bylaw where engagement, et cetera, would be necessary and included. So it would be dependent upon resources as well. So staff were just kind of wanting you to flesh this out a little bit as to what the desired outcome would be with the review of this bylaw.
Councillor Martman and then Councillor Turley.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see this being urgent as having to be identified immediately, but I think it is a conversation we should have as a city, especially as after COVID and people were out and about more and everything. A couple of years ago, and I don't have the exact date, but we had a very active busker, and many of you may have known her, Catherine Davis. And she passed away a couple of years ago from cancer. And I was fortunate enough to inherit a large box of all her coming before City Council and her fight for what she thought would be an improved life for buskers in our city anyways. In conversations with her, a lot of it had to do around health and wellness. It had to do with where you were allowed to busk or permitted to busk, or the city didn't really provide areas that supported buskers. And so I'm going to do some homework and go through and try and identify some of the top issues or suggestions that Kathy had. And I will provide that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. So my intent to bring this up was not to do with busking per se. It was more to do with businesses downtown wanting to have an entertainer entertaining out in front of their business or within their business, and some of the concerns that particularly some residents in a specific building were having with the volume of the noise. And in looking into the different bylaws connected to noise, there was some inherent inconsistencies with regard to how to determine the volume and how late in the day it can go on, that type of thing. So having said that, the complaints were basically targeted to one business, and I heard from one property owner. However, now that we're on the cusp of having a BIA in the downtown area, I'm suggesting that perhaps this be delayed a little bit so that we can get more of a general consensus from the BIA, which would be the representative of the downtown businesses, as opposed to just a singular business. And that could happen. Hopefully the vote will be favorable for a BIA levy on April the 19th, I think it is, thereabouts. And aside for that, I attended a Zoom meeting this morning of the downtown business owners regarding the BIA, and there was about 10 businesses that put their names forward to be on the actual new candidates for the board, for the BIA, so that there's a lot of enthusiasm down there for it. So, but that's a totally different topic. So I think, the earliest that we could probably look at doing this would be maybe May, June, but to give the BIA maybe as time to get their teeth into it to determine what they would prefer to see, rather than us making a decision and trying to force it on them. They've got some good ideas that we may not have thought of, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of an outcome, is it to review what our current bylaw is around this and see if there's any needed changes to it to make it sort of more amenable to...
Yeah, I think that the challenge is kind of twofold. Number one, what one person deems as unacceptably loud, another person like me that has hearing issues that don't understand what the hell they're talking about. So that aside, there is no clear way of determining what the decibel rate is acceptable and what isn't, and determining what is background noise and what isn't. And so one of the suggestions was that perhaps if you want to hire an entertainer to perform either outside or inside your business, you would need to go the route of having hired I forget the term now, somebody who is expertise in volume of noise. There's a term for it, Dale. You
Sound
probably know
engineer.
it. Sound engineer. That's simple. That would write off, okay, that they've done this and they've done that should keep the noise not offensive.
Great.
That was just one idea. So,
Okay, so review the bylaw and discussion just sort of around the particulars of how we make that call of how to administer it. And potentially that can be delayed. So we'll have that discussion when we do the ranking and timing. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. If I could add to that, could we also look at the possibility of hiring buskers? And now that Councillor Turley has mentioned the BIA, if that does become an entity, that maybe the city look at having them through contract, hiring buskers, and also probably maybe even doing the licensing, that sort of thing.
Chair, through you to Councillor Bonner, perhaps Mr. Lindsay knows some more about this, but I know some. So buskers do receive licenses through the city already, and there's criteria. And I do believe either the previous Downtown Nanaimo Business Improvement Association and/or the Old City Quarter Association has had those busking concerts and busking opportunities. So they do engage the buskers for those types of entertainment shows and those types of things. And we do, at the city, license buskers. There's a busking license that is provided through the Business Licensing Department.
Yeah. I was just, I know that some cities actually hire buskers for the summer, and they provide entertainment to the tourists and to the people in the city. So just thinking, looking at something along those lines as well. Get more people downtown or on the waterfront.
Just a question to staff, just in terms of creep of scope on this GPC topic. I know that the initial topic that was brought forward by Councillor Turley was to address sort of the question of what's allowed in terms of sound and noise for street entertainment. And I know that some things have been brought up around busking and sort of licensing and sort of the rules and regulations around that and what's allowed. All that's contained in this one bylaw, the street entertainment bylaw?
Through the chair, I think there's probably a few bylaws that are actually at play or that could impact buskers or live entertainment outside of a business. So if the intent is to, one, understand those bylaws, then I think the outcome of the first GPC meeting may be just a state of the nation, so to speak, on what our existing bylaws are and how we currently regulate buskers, and then could seek further direction from the committee at that time of how you may want to proceed.
I think that may be appropriate. Then in that discussion, everybody's up to speed on the items. You know, if there's items that we would like to further address, we can identify them there and bring that forward. Does that sound good for everybody? Okay. Councillor Bonner, did you have another item? Next, Vancouver Island Conference Center.
Thank you, Chair. So Mr. Rudolph may have more to add, but I believe staff will be bringing forward an update and/or have the conference center operator provide an update to council on the current state of the conference center and its uses and how business has been going in general. Perhaps Mr. Rudolph has more to add on this topic. But right now, yes, it's pretty blank as to what the format and desired outcomes would be. So I think staff could do some work filling that in, unless council has some addition to add. Anything right now has any formatting input and or desired outcome input to have.
Mr. Rudolph?
Yes, Mr. Chair. One of the few topics that we didn't unpack for council was the conference center during our long sets of briefings. And we would have been here probably sooner on this had it not been for COVID, because it's been fairly quiet, as you know, in this building for the last several months. But just an information session to begin with on the state of the union for the facility is important, and maybe the history and the whole 9 yards. And then I think I think some of the members of council may want to contribute, because this is what we're supposed to do here today, is what you'd like to see in that session. But part of it is looking at alternate or other uses, is it being fully utilized, all those types of things. Again, we can't look at the last 12 months as a proper indicator, but with the hotel coming on and all sorts of variables at play, it would be a great time to come to council in the next month or two and sort of unpack that and to get, just a briefing underway. And then secondly, look at if there's an appetite for change. When we are in a contract, we do have a purpose-built building that's performs highly in anticipation of the hotel, which opens in 2022. There's all kinds of opportunities that are going to open up for this facility. So, and of course, the renovations that have taken place to this room, and they're going to continue with the audiovisual. So we can give you a briefing on that. But this would be great if council had any specific questions or lines of thought on this at this time. It would help inform how we structure that day. That would be useful.
Turley and then Brown.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple of comments with regard to when it was first set up and what the criteria were for being able to book the facility. I think those historical information is important for everybody to understand. The only challenge that I would not like to see is for us to make a decision to repurpose a building for another type of use when we don't know what's going to happen once COVID hopefully diminishes. Is our conferences, face-to-face conferences, that type of meetings, are they going to come back? If they are, then we'd be, in my opinion, foolish to repurpose a building for something else. If the crystal ball tells us that the likelihood of them coming back to what they were in 2018 and 19, then maybe that's the time we rethink it. But I'm never like to rush on a decision particularly as important as this one. Certainly we could come up with suggestions and ideas of how to use it a little more effectively in the interim, but to repurpose based on the experience of the last year, I think would be foolhardy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turley. Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Chair. So the person that put this motion forward, I think I know the intention I put it forward with was that conferences are important. We do have this facility, but we also have a lot of square footage sitting empty a good portion of the year in the middle of our downtown. And also, if you look at a lot of research that's been done in the last 20 years on conference centers, it's clear that the big centers don't just get big. They don't target themselves after, Chicago, Vancouver, Quebec. There's a whole host of them. Burnaby's now looking at becoming a big center. They don't just market themselves as the place for your big conferences. They basically consume the entire market. That's not to say there's not a place for smaller scale venues such as Vancouver Island Conference Center. But we do have a lot of square footage sitting vacant. I definitely don't want to say, let's get out of the conference business. That was not the intention at all. It's basically saying, we have a lot of community demands. Mr. Harding's talked about the need for multiple Oliver Woods. We have the arts community asking for space. This would be really saying, without jeopardizing the conference business, can you repurpose this space for recreation purposes or cultural venue purposes in those times where it doesn't impact the conference? So I think there's a high potential there to see that repurposing, which would not impact it, and could be, it's just a scheduling item at that point to not impact conference business. So that would be the intention of the desired outcome would essentially be what that might look like, and how would that unfold, and then there's the decision points from there. Obviously, there's a lot of information that we need to unpack, but it would just be a baseline conversation with some information. I think all that history and all that's important, and then just saying, is exploring doing this a little bit differently. Again, not jeopardizing the conference business, but finding a way to not have as much empty square footage, bringing people downtown for some of those cultural type things that they might be able to use some of the existing space for. I think there is some uses that could easily be accommodated here, and there would be a genuine community need. The arts one comes to mind just because of all the emails, but I think if you let some of our rec programmers take a look, they would find some neat uses that would be compatible and not impact the facility in terms of its core business. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I remember this motion as well, and I think having some background information is definitely useful, and I think that I'm very interested, just to echo what Councillor Brown mentioned, is really looking at options and opportunities to optimize the utilization of the space in terms of best usage for the community. So I look forward to that session. I'm not seeing any other questions. So we'll move to the next item, sports venues and tourism strategies.
Thank you, Chair. And again, this one, I think there was a combination of discussion. Council added it to the list last year, possibly even in late 2019, and staff could do some work filling out what their idea of format and desired outcomes would be, and have it prepared for you for next week. But if council has any input, and/or if Mr. Harding's available to answer any questions you might have about this topic, that was on the list.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this one? Did anybody recall who brought this one forward?
Yes, Your Worship, Mr. Chair, I think it was Councillor Thorpe,
Okay.
if I recall, and I think he just wanted to have a conversation around facilities, and it falls clearly into the priorities and capital kind of conversation for council as well. So I believe it was his ask. So it's perhaps Richard could speak to this, but it's we could easily come back and have a conversation around that. But I believe it was Councillor Thorpe who just left.
That was my, I think Mr. Rudolph is correct with that, and Mr. Harding has taken from that original council topic bringing up by Councillor Thorpe, and I think he's going to come forward with some information about that, and it could maybe be a step one if a step two is necessary after that, based on Councillor Thorpe's initial rationale behind it.
Okay, maybe I see Mr. Harding moving to the podium, and then Mayor Crowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of ones that are on the slate to come back, and we can package them together. So as council members, approved us to go out and do a review with user groups and school board on designated a medium-sized stadium. So that report's coming back this month or early next month, as well as update on the implementation plan for Roxton Stadium. And then through Reimagine, there's been a number of course, working with the user groups and a variety of different types of venues that sport organizations would like to see. With the tourism strategy, there is a draft sports tourism strategy that we want to bring forward with you in conjunction with the NAM Hospitality Association that's been working on that strategy. So again, we could either do it all in one day. Some of them may come a little bit ahead of the others, but that was some of the ones that we're going to do, as well as we come through the second phase of Reimagine and into the third phase, council will see a lot of input from some groups and organizations on what they'd like to see in the city.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Crowe?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very supportive of having this be the topic of discussion for us. We're a sports town. We have a Sports Hall of Fame in our museum. We have a number of venues, many of which we're working hard to improve with Mr. Harding's watchful eye there. We're central on Vancouver Island, 800,000 plus people. Lots of sports events that might have been held in the past in the Lower Mainland are simply going to find it too expensive in terms of family travel. I think there is a tremendous opportunity to take advantage of sports tourism. We're one of the top 10 dive destinations in the world as well, which isn't a sport per se, but nevertheless attracts people. The chair and others, Councillor Hemmons, have spoken about the biking. So I just think we have a real opportunity here. It's worthwhile having the discussion and bodes well for the future economic development of the community. Thank you.
Excellent. So there'll be updates on these topics, just the outcomes to bring council up to speed and potentially identify further areas of discussion. Okay. The last item is committee structure.
So thank you, Chair. Councillor Thorpe brought this item forward, and I believe some other councillors may have interest in it as well. We have come to GPC, or I have brought forward reports and decision points to GPC a couple of times in the last couple of years. However, we could revisit again, and council is free to revisit it again. So Councillor Thorpe has given some background information. Is council happy with GPC and the ABC structure? Some of his format ideas were discussion regarding suggested changes. Does council want to reestablish committees such as Arts and Culture, Parks and Recreation, Community Safety? Would it be a forum of interest for interested residents to learn the basics of good governance and procedures, training ground for future candidates? Invitees, they weren't identified, so I put to be determined. And desired outcomes would be, obviously, from a staff perspective, and as the staff person that kind of looks after the committee structure, a council decision on moving forward. So, yes, like I said, there has been a couple of GPCs on this, and we discussed the engagement around committees, and is that the way members and citizens engage these days, and the lifespan of a committee, and the clear mandate for a committee. And if the GPC would like me to come back with this, I would be more than happy to.
Thank you, Ms. Gurry. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very much in favor of having this come back for conversation. I think I sort of missed some of the committees we used to have. Sort of campaigned on putting them all back together again after the last council took them all apart. But then we kind of got talked out of it, and I'd like to have that conversation again to possibly talk us back into some of them. And that's about it. GPC, I think, is working okay. I think we've already tweaked that a couple of times, so, but it's mostly the committees that I'm interested in.
Great. Any other questions, comments on this one? Yeah, I think that Councillor Thorpe bringing this forward, and we had a bit of discussion on it, but there was a desire to review our committee structure and see if it's working or the way that it is, or if we want to make some changes and look at reintroducing some other committees or adjusting the structure forward. So I think the outcome of that discussion is pretty clear. That brings us to the end of reviewing each topic. I think just a general comment going through this process that moving forward, this was sort of our historical list that had grown in size over some time, but moving forward, I think that, for all GPC chairs, I think having a strict requirement that if folks are thinking about bringing a topic forward, that, the chair is contacted and, the matrix is, thoroughly flushed out, before to just sort of set the table for discussion. And then when, when it's presented, there's a vote on whether that discussion happens. And then, a bit more discussion can happen on fleshing out that table further at that meeting. And then after that, it'll be clear and written down sort of what the format, invitees and desired outcomes, because I think we kind of strayed a little bit and we'd have a topic and it kind of just got lobbed in there and then kind of ended up at the place we were today with some large gaps in the matrix and not sure quite what we were looking to discuss. So I guess everybody is clear on that process going forward. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. After all what you said, I'm going to be a little bit embarrassed here. I'm going to lob something in here. And it's just, I'll bring it up. I will flesh it out. I apologize to Ms. Gurry earlier for not sending my thing in. I was working on it and I forgot to send it in. But I would like to review the work that the Mayor's Task Force has done, because I would like to have a serious conversation of what our city is going to look like post-COVID. And what is our downtown going to look like? What is our, everything around in their town, like what are we going to do once everybody's got a vaccination and roughly the emergency's gone? What do we want our town to look like? Because it will probably happen within our mandate. So I think that's something I would like to have a conversation about. And I look to the mayor's task force with all those grand ideas, which I thought were fabulous, and possibly, fleshing some of those out. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Bonner, and I look forward to your submission of the matrix item, and we will have the discussion and vote on that topic potentially at the next GPC.
I'll have it on your desk shortly.
I guess the next thing before we move on to the next topic is just sort of on the rankings of these items, and in retrospect, I think Councillor, Mayor Crowe.
Thank you. I just wanted to say through you to Councillor Bonner, as much as I appreciate the prospect of 2 sessions of talking about this, the Mayor's Leaders Table, which will be the subject of an upcoming presentation to Council, may in fact suffice for that, as opposed to having Council discussing the same thing over again. But I look forward to your submission as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Bonner was the sole person that put in his rankings, and I think for efficiency at the future sessions like that, if everyone submitted their ranking before the council session, it might give us something a little bit easier to discuss. But Ms. Gurry, do you have any suggestions on structuring this section here?
So yes, so Councillor Brown did pre-submit his rankings, which was helpful, but having additions possibly added today, which we just had one, but we haven't received all of the background information yet. Understandably, not everything was available for you to rank appropriately until having this discussion today as well. So I think because of time, this did take quite some time, and we have other topics on the agenda. If after hearing this discussion today, if you would like to send me your rankings on each of these topics we've discussed today, and I will put the overall ranking on the GPC, as well as include the staff business plan items, work plan items, onto a master matrix for your next agenda at GPC. Then we can have a quick review of it at the next GPC. I can explain how the overall rankings came into play. It's taking all of your rankings and obviously putting it in the right order, and discussion on the additional topic that Councillor Bonner is bringing forward. So it'll be a quicker process the next time. I appreciate you all walking through this today and providing your background and information, and it was a little bit slow today, but I think we'll get better at this as we go. So thank you so much. So if you're okay with sending me the rankings and not doing them right now, because Councillor Hemmons just showed up, Councillor Thorpe isn't here, or Armstrong, so I think maybe if I explain them to send this based on the updated information, does that work?
Excellent. I think that everybody has their homework to send the rankings in if you want your opinion heard, and that will be presented next meeting, and nothing gets on the list until there's a vote.
Yes.
Excellent.
And so, and there, all of the items today have made the list because they have been brought up and discussed. And just further to that, Chair, there is a scheduled recess for 2:45. However, I'm not sure if you would like to have a quick break now before the next item, because it could take a while for the next item to go through. So that's just a suggestion.
Council, let's take a quick break now. Okay.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done?
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's VOYENT. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Whoa! Yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got a kid? Use the lid.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in, and then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. Sorry, do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent, and we also clean the street names, make sure they're good. As we're doing that, if there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. There we go. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
And we have item 6.A under Governance and Management Excellence, Community Amenity Contribution Policy. And Mr. Lindsay will be introducing this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of the committee this afternoon. As you mentioned, we're here to give you an update on the Community Amenity Policy Review. This has been an item that's been on our work plan for a little while now, I'll say, but it seems to have been one of those things that we've had to push off as other priorities have come up, but certainly happy to be finally in front of the committee. I'm joined this afternoon with our, what I'll call the Development Approvals Team. On my far right is Director Mr. Holm, of course you all know, and on my far left, Ms. Rowe, who's our Manager of Current Planning. And on my immediate left is Lisa Brinkman, who's a planner with our current planning team, and it's also the project lead on this specific project. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Brinkman here very briefly. And I'm going to let her introduce the item and then also introduce our consultant who's worked with us on the project and I hope is online and has been hanging out with us, Mr. Mulhol. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Brinkman.
Thank you.
So as Mr. Lindsay mentioned, at the direction of Council, we have been working towards creating a new community amenity contribution policy, and we are here to present the results of that work. There are 2 corrections in the agenda that I would like to bring to your attention. On page 15 of the agenda, that's in the staff report, there's a table, and the last column is sort of the column where it says that the time that the new rate, CAC rate, would be introduced is 2020. In fact, what's being proposed is January 2022, so I apologize for that. And on page 59 of the agenda, it's where there's a presentation attached to the staff report. There's incorrect number. The CACs collected by the city over the past 10 years is 1.8 million, and there's a different number in there, so just 2 corrections to start. So the purpose of a CAC policy is to offer guidance and certainty for the provision of amenities at the time of a rezoning application or a covenant amendment application where there's a change in land use proposed. And so that's the policy we've been working towards. And there's been 3 main steps in the process to date. We retained land economist Jerry Mulhol of Rollo and Associates to provide an Nanaimo market analysis and to provide information regarding the CAC practices of other communities. With the results of Jerry's work, as well as provincial guidelines, staff drafted the CAC policy, and we then conducted consultation with the development community and with staff and other city departments, and we revised the policy based on what we've heard. So just a little bit of background. I'll go to the next slide. So in 2012, Council endorsed the city's community amenity contribution practice of collecting $1,000 per residential unit and $34 per meter squared of commercial and industrial floor area, and these rates are still being used for CAC negotiations. And since then, other rates have been introduced, like $1,000 per store for the cannabis and liquor retail stores, and also for student housing, $1,000 per bed. Market realities have changed since this practice started, so it's appropriate that we are reviewing the CAC rates today. I want to point out that at the development permit, or at the development stage, there are a few fees and costs that developers are required to pay. One is development cost charges, or improving the road frontage of a property in front of the property, so perhaps having to build a sidewalk in front of that property. Also improving services like water or sanitary sewer connection to that property. So those are required costs, and that's a little bit different than a CAC contribution, which is actually a voluntary contribution, and are above and beyond those required costs. Having said that, CACs are very helpful to create a more livable city and can be very important for that. And it's a standard practice that many communities have been doing, so we're in good company. So in the past 10 years, and I'll move along, in the past 10 years, just checking the accuracy of this slide. So I need to correct this slide. So the total monetary CACs collected by the city from 2010 to 2020 is 1.8 million. So, or over 1.81 million. So that's what that number is what's being collected by the city. And of that, what's being spent is 66% to parks and infrastructure, 30% to the Housing Legacy Reserve Fund, and 4% to other things, for example, the emergency shelter. And one great example of how CAC funds have been used recently is for the Harewood Centennial Park. So over $200,000 of CAC funds were used for improvements to this park. So I just wanted, that's the photo there is the Harewood Centennial Park, the skateboard park. So that's just a bit of background. Now I would like to introduce Jerry Mulhol of Rollo and Associates, as he's going to present the study that he completed for the city. Jerry has a diploma in urban land economics from the Sauder School of Business. He has been working as a land economist since 2006. He has worked with the City of Nanaimo, Richmond, Pitt Meadows, Delta, Maple Ridge, Township of Langley, among others, to create and refine their community amenity contributions and fees. or policies and fees. And he's also completed work for Victoria, City of North Vancouver, View Royal, Regional District of Nanaimo, and others. And it's worthy to note that it was Rollo and Associates that assisted the city with the CAC review in 2010 as well. So if you're there, Jerry, I will move your slides along for you.
Thank you. Thank you. So yes, I am here, and I hope that everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. So as was said, we were brought in to help the city in looking at your community amenity contribution policy and rates. Specifically, though, we were tasked with trying to inform the city on what the potential was to increase voluntary amenity contributions at rezoning. The work that we'd originally done for the city was back, I believe, in 2007. So it's been quite a long time since anything had been updated, and there was significant change, I would suggest, in how the city of Nanaimo's development economics would be working in 2019 or 2020 versus 2007. So you can move on to the next slide if you don't mind. And so we start off with trying to address a question of land lift. When we're doing these sorts of assessments, one of the things that is sort of a best practice is to figure out how much one could look at, or if what you're asking in terms of amenity contributions is enough or too much for development. So one of the key principles that we look at is the concept of land lift, where that describes or approximates the increase in a parcel's value that's created when a municipality allows for something like a higher density or a more profitable use on the land. In calculating this, the assumption is that project costs and revenues are assumed to be fixed by the market, and that land value is really the only thing that has flexibility in these particular. So we have a diagram here that just purely for illustrative purposes, the column on the left would be indicative of land value with existing density or under a current use, and the column on the right representing a new land value representing a higher density or a more profitable use. In advance to the next slide. So in this, we've illustrated this by showing it as a separate portion there. So the land lift then would be demonstrated by the orange portion of the bar on or column on the right. So that tries to give you a visual sense of what's being talked about when we throw around the term land lift. You can throw on the next slide. So when we're looking at land lift and CACs, typically what we want to do is we want to try and aim for allowing for variability in different types of development and erring on the side of caution. So in practice, most communities seek somewhere between 25% to 80% of that orange amount demonstrated there. And one of the key factors of trying to do this analysis for the city was to make sure that the contribution rates would represent an appropriate share of this amount from our analysis. And you can go on to the next slide. One of the other pieces that we did was we looked at what amenity contribution rates other jurisdictions around the island and on the lower mainland have. So here we've got part of a table that looks at, say, Central Saanich, wherein they have a CAC rate of $2,000 a unit, or the equivalent for non-residential that's targeted for affordable housing, and then $5,500 per unit or equivalent for general amenity use. Colwood, $2,500 per single-family townhouse or duplex, $1,500 per apartment. Langford having a range of values that they seek for different types of development for large single-family lots, smaller single-family or duplex, and then multifamily. And so the range is based upon, I believe, parcel size, may also be area of the city. City of Langley, $2,000 a unit. Maple Ridge having discrete fees for single-family townhouse apartments, as well as a bonus density figure as well. And then your current $1,000 a unit for Nanaimo here. Next slide. Other communities, North Saanich, $16,000 for each single-family lot beyond the first. $9,500 per townhouse or patio home, $8,000 per apartment. Pitt Meadows, $2,100 for single-family, $2,800 for townhouse, $2,400 for apartments. City of Surrey has really done their legwork. They have 31 or 32 discrete neighborhood concept planning areas, and they went out and they used a basket of goods approach, and they costed out what their basket of goods would be for each one of those individual communities, and they have a discrete CEC rate for each one of them. However, I can tell you that the average is roughly about $1,281 a unit in City of Surrey. Township of Langley, again, you see variable degrees of charges, and they also have another area-specific amenity contribution in their neighborhood of Willoughby of $103,000 per acre of land, in addition to the per unit fees that they have for the rest of the township. And then City of Victoria, they have variable CACs by neighborhood, ranging from $5 per square foot of bonus area up to $35. However, they do also keep negotiating ad hoc framework in place, especially in their city center for bonus area. They also have a framework in place for additional bonus area for things desired, such as rental apartments as well. You can move to the next slide. So general findings is that most other municipalities would look at measuring the density in their CEC and density bonusing policies using the same metrics that they have in their zoning bylaws. This is intuitive because it allows for clear comparison and helps prevent loopholes where you're looking at variations for per unit versus per square foot or per square meter buildable. Communities such as Victoria expressly request contributions based on site analysis to determine land lift in city center while relying on flat rates elsewhere. Other municipalities perform these land lift calculations prior to figuring out what the rates would be, where another communities still further would look at relying on what's called a basket of goods approach to estimating the cost of amenities required by growth and setting fees with a municipal assist factor similar to how you would figure out what your DCC rates would be. You can move on to the next slide. So the key piece of our work was doing an economic analysis, trying to look at the potential for the city to increase their CEC secured at rezoning for properties. And our analysis was focused on what current market conditions were for both costs and revenues. The city provided us with build forms, densities, and test cases, which included single-family, townhouses, apartments, as well as mixed residential and commercial buildings. The analysis assumes that the developer would achieve a set profit or return on their investment based on project cost in order to derive or determine the maximum amount a developer could pay to acquire that parcel of land and build what's being proposed under the zoning that we're looking at. Next slide. So we estimate that their lift from rezoning properties could allow the city to increase CACs without adversely affecting the underlying viability of projects by as much as $10,000 a unit for single family, or $23.30 per square meter, $8,000 per unit for townhouses, or $57.55 per square meter, or $5,500 a unit for strata apartments, or $60.90 per square meter, based on the analyses we did. The important thing to note here, though, is that these estimates do account for less than 50% of that lift, that orange portion that I pointed out earlier, generated in the case studies on a per unit or per square meter basis for the analysis. So for the single family, what that means is that the incremental land value would have been in excess of $20,000 a unit for each single family dwelling. For the townhouses, in excess of $16,000 for each townhouse unit, and for apartments, over $11,000 would be the incremental land value for each strata apartment unit. Slide. Or you could go to the next slide. So based on our work, we suggested that there could be increases as follows. So we had looked at trying to introduce graduated increases to give the community, development community, a chance to react and make adjustments to their acquisition strategies and development. So we looked at and suggested that you could look at $3,000 a unit in the first year, $5,500 the second year, and then $8,000 a unit would be the final number you could land at, and then the equivalent in a per square meter built area beside. Townhouses, by the same token, $2,500 a unit to $5,000 to $7,500 a unit once you've reached the point that you've finished doing a graduated entry. And similarly on strata apartments, $2,000, $3,500, and $5,000 per unit. So our general recommendations would be that the city would update their citywide flat fees. And it's important to realize that the city can and should reserve the right to continue to negotiate on a site-specific rezoning, where that rezoning is either to something that isn't considered in the OCP, or when the rezoning is for a CD zone, something that isn't going to one of the standard city zones in your zoning bylaw. The other thing is to ensure that the fee is affordable for developers. So one of the things that's important for that is to ensure that you allow for a grace period when introducing or increasing your flat fee CSEs. So at the very least, that would involve ensuring that all applications in stream up to a preset date would be grandfathered in under current policy, or perhaps allowing developers the option, if they wish, to opt into the new program early so that they have cost certainty in place rather than being subjected to an ad hoc analysis. And the last would be to make sure that you conduct periodic reviews of your rates, similar to how you would do with DCCs. We recommend that you do a periodic review, not less than every 5 years, but no more than every 2 years, to make sure that both your economics of development and the ability to contribute the CACs at the rates that you're proposing don't provide an undue hardship for developers. And also, if you are looking at a basket of goods, updating that at the same time to figure out how much your spend is there as well. Fine. Or are we done?
Okay, so that concludes Jerry's portion, but he will be available to answer questions. And I just have a little bit more to add. So with Jerry's report, we prepared a new CAC policy. And the first drafts of the CAC policy included Jerry's recommended CAC rates with increases over the next 3 years. And so that's what was presented to the Nanaimo development community when we started consultation in September 2020. The Nanaimo development community then provided us with their comments and concerns. Staff listened, and in response, the CAC policy was revised. And a few key things: we removed the gradual 3-year increase as recommended in the rollover report. We changed the CAC rate to be based on gross floor area rather than per unit, and that's in line with how our zoning bylaw measures density, so that was suitable. The rate that was supported by the Nanaimo development community was $2,500 per unit, and that was their acceptable rate. And so we included that rate in the policy, and we converted that to $30 per meter squared. So measuring it by floor area came to $30 per meter square of gross floor area. Also, we simplified the section for affordable housing and simplified it and made it available for both publicly funded projects and privately funded projects. So, ensuring the CAC policy is respectful to affordable housing was one of the goals of this project, and there's three key kind of aspects that were put into the policy to support that. The policy proposes that 40% of all monetary CACs received be directed to the Housing Legacy Reserve Fund. So this is an increase of 10%, because in the past 10 years it has been 30%. Also, the policy proposes reducing the CAC rate by 50% for market rental units, and so we would ensure that that's secured before, as part of that negotiation. And thirdly, to waive CAC rates for non-market rental dwelling units when certain criteria is met, and basically to make sure they're for low-income individuals and ensuring the rent of those units remains low. So that would be secured as well. So those are the three criteria we put in place to support affordable housing into the policy. So that's just a high-level overview of the highlights of the policy and the work we've been done to get to this stage. And so at this time, staff is seeking direction to move forward with the next stage of consultation with the larger community. Also, so that you know, this morning we received a few more comments from the Nanaimo development community. So we can touch base with them, and there's some things to finesse with them as well. And so now we're interested in your comments on the policy, and Jerry and I are here to answer questions you may have, and the other staff as well. Yeah.
Got Mayor Krogh, then Councillor Turley.
Thank you very much. You indicated that the development community was okay with $2,500 per unit and a fixed rate as opposed to a square footage approach, et cetera. Does that mean that we're going to get a positive comment in a press release from them saying they're okay with this and they recognize that we've been behind for a number of years? Or does that just mean they're not going to scream at us or whatever if in fact we instituted this policy? Not that, with great respect, I think our policy should be determined by the level of opposition or support we get from the development community, but it is a relevant question.
So the feedback that I heard was they absolutely acknowledged the CAC rate could be increased, and they agreed with that, and they stated that they supported $2,500 per unit. And so this policy, a version, that there's been a few drafts of this policy that have been floating out there, and a version was sent to them February 8th with these rates. And the feedback that I received this morning, there was no objection to that rate, $2,500. The comments they had were about smaller things, other aspects, but not that rate.
Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, staff. I have three comments. Number one, I agree that, as obviously the development community does as well, that having it stuck at $1,000 for the last 10 years is probably not appropriate. So if you were to do an incremental increase every year of 10%, you'd be almost, $2,398, which is pretty close to $2,500. So I can understand that. But if you're, the second option showing going to $5,500 in the end of 2022, in my opinion, that's a bit excessive. I know based on the total value of the home, it's not as big a thing, but every little bit in business counts. The other comment I would make is in the survey, the consultant's report, they were long on numbers with regard to what the CACs are in those communities, but nowhere did I see anywhere referenced what the average housing prices are in those communities, so we could kind of get a apples to apples rather than they could afford to pay $10,000 because the houses are $1 million versus ours being whatever they are. So I think that's an important point. And the other one is kind of a moot point, but I think I need to mention it. They made reference in the answer to, in attachment A, increase in CACs will affect housing affordability. The comment was the housing market that establishes what the consumer is willing to pay per unit. So I took the time to talk to a realtor and a home builder this morning, and because my understanding is there's kind of two markets in the housing market. There's the resale of homes, which is definitely consumer willingness to pay driven. But then there's the new builds, where the builder has the opportunity of saying, well, I need to get this, this, and this. And the realtor will either tell him he's been smoking too much weed or he's real. You know, so it's kind of a combination. It's not just market driven for new builds. And I think if we were to go up to the $8,000 in 2024, I'm afraid that will have a significant, well, not a hugely significant, but will have an impact on the cost of housing. So I think incremental increases, and if the development community is fine with the 10% per year, then I don't have any issue with it. But certainly 700% over the next 3 or 4 years is, in my opinion, excessive. But anyway, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions through to staff. The first one is, so for example, it says commercial industrial 34 per meter squared of gross floor area. Is that of the lift or the total project?
So I think what you mean is lift at time of rezoning.
Yeah, so, if...
So I think more typically how the city has negotiated for CACs is for the total of what's being proposed. So not necessarily the lift in number of units or floor area. So that's more typically how the city, that's been the practice the past 10 years. And we're proposing to kind of maintain that practice.
Okay, and my second question is, when the consultant report came back with considerably higher numbers than the 2,500 per unit, what was that negotiation? Was there a negotiation there, or did they just come back and say we would support 2,500 and that's where it got set, or was there back and forth, and how did that what led to the arrival at the 2,500 per unit?
Yeah. So in anticipation of that question, I think some of the things that Councillor Turley mentioned were, staff had the same thoughts as well about the Nanaimo's market, but also there's other factors at play. So for example, one policy that's I think Council has seen and will be presented to Council is to ask developers for more energy efficient buildings. So building to a higher level in the BC Building Code, a higher level step code in the BC Building Code. So that's sort of another amenity that we may be asking the development community to offer. So that's taking away from also that land lift. Also, the city has recently adopted new road standards, and I know the development community is currently kind of adjusting to that. So there's a kind of a bundle of considerations to keep in mind when it's not just CACs that the developers are paying. There are also other factors to keep in mind. And so I think that was part of it. And I think it's voluntary. So the development community does need to be supportive of that rate. It needs, so those were some of, I don't know if I'm answering your question, but some of the thoughts behind why going with the $2,500 per unit.
Okay, thanks very much. I look forward to the discussion point, but just in case I forget, I just want to thank both staff and Jerry for this report. I found them not, how we can have the discussion later, but in terms of understanding, both really easy to follow. So thank you very much.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. Most of my questions I actually have for our consultant, if I may. But before I get started, in the consultant's report, I'll quote from the report, with regard to the question of what the impact of a CAC on housing prices and who ultimately pays for it, the short answer is that the sales price of a residential unit is driven by what the market will bear, not by costs. And I was going to suggest that we laminate that and stick it to the wall so we don't keep having this conversation. But my question is, I'll start off with the basket of goods. From reading your report, Mr. Mulhol, is it possible that some communities would have just one basket? And I'll be specific here, basket for, say, housing issues, which affect all of our community, affordable housing. So in your report, some communities have in their basket of goods, they might have parks and they might have different other amenities. So is it possible for a city to have just one basket?
Through the chair, yes, it certainly is. You can collect amenities for any number of different things, from affordable housing to parks, to public safety, fire stations, community services, a wide variety of things. So you're not obliged to collect them for a wide variety of things. Some jurisdictions may not put all of their eggs in that one basket, but largely. For instance, City of Richmond, where I live, I'd say 90+% of their amenity contributions that are collected are targeted towards affordable housing. And one of the examples that we provided earlier that I don't have in front of me, but I believe specifically notes that there's a significant chunk that is particularly targeted towards affordable housing, and then there's an additional fee that is for general community amenities.
And in the work that you've done regarding other cities, do you know what some of this money is used for, that they use for affordable housing? Like, are some cities just using it for land purchases like we do here, or are there other options?
There's a variety of things that communities use affordable housing funds for. One of the biggest ones is land, purchasing land so that you can contribute as part of a partnership. Others that are fair game would be things like if you wanted to provide DCC relief for affordable housing units, you could use money out of that to pay for the DCC, because you have to pay for them somehow. Tax abatement would be another option. And I'm sure that there's a variety of other uses that you could put forward on that.
In your research as well, I did some look at the housing starts in North Saanich, who have considerably higher community amenity contributions, and Langley, and they actually mirror Nanaimo's construction over the last couple of years. I guess some of the questions we might hear from the developers is that if the CACs are too high, they'll be less inclined to build. Have you noticed that in any of your research with any other cities, where cities that have large community amenity contributions have less growth or less building starts?
Not perceptibly, generally, because I think that the councils are cognizant of that particular concern, that if they have a high demand for development applications coming in, they're more likely to seek a higher fee or to push that boundary more, whereas the communities that are less of a favorite target or area for developers to seek development options are more reluctant to, and so you might find those lower rates. Township of Langley, the fees aren't really exorbitantly high, but they have seen a lot of development, and I believe they are indexing their fees as well. So they may have just updated them at the beginning of this calendar year as well.
Thank you. The next question, in your report, you refer a lot to the 15% profit margin that many developers are looking for. And I'm guessing, do they they must do the CAC calculation when they're figuring out that 15%. And in your experience, does that calculation come at the very, very beginning of a project, whether or not decide if it's feasible?
Generally, that would be the case. I mean, the 15% profit is something that, and this is why it's important to have time for developers to know what the fees are in advance of when they are come into effect, is so that they can put them into the perform exercise. So the 15% margin is sort of an industry standard for what developers need. Banks would expect to see that sort of cushion as well in order to provide them financing. But again, if they have foreknowledge of what the fees and charges are going to be, it's going to be in their performance the same way that DCCs are, building permits, development permits, rezoning application fees, and things like that the city currently collects monies for.
And my last question, because I don't want to hog the whole time here, is about a year ago, we rezoned 2 lots, and they were just not too far from where I live. The city has a narrow lot, ability to make a narrow lot, so they took 2 existing city lots and subdivided them in half. The BC assessment says that even the large lot and the small lot are basically the same price at $250,000. So in one meeting, we made one person on paper pretty well $500,000 richer, and we got $4,000 in $1,000 a door. When that type of project comes up, or that type of option comes up for rezoning or subdivision, should we be looking more at the lift of the property, or should we be going with this schedule here we see here? Because we're seeing some of these subdivisions or some of these rezonings happen and nothing happens to the land, and there's sometimes rezoned so they can be sold. So I'm wondering about that. To me, then that's definitely looking at the lift of the land. So I was wondering what your thoughts on that.
So in general, my feeling is that if you're focused on wanting to capture every bit of potential revenue that's there, you'd want to focus on the lift and try and do these analyses. The reality is that there's a cost that comes with it, both in terms of paying for consultants or to the developer if you were to try and ask the developer to pay that the fee for that. And there's also a time component that comes into play. So that's why, although that's the ideal solution if you're wanting to maximize value, the rational solution that we generally recommend is to try and do the flat fee. So you have that schedule that's available that's indicating what the expectation is from the city in terms of the amenity contribution. And there is still the ability to negotiate off of that with the developer and the city. If you feel like it's not really indicative of the types, as I say, like the types of rezonings you would expect to see, that's when you'd want to focus on that land lift approach or trying to negotiate ad hoc rather than just letting the flat fee or what their expectations are.
Thank you. That's all the question I had. If other folks have questions, if not, sorry? If there aren't any other questions, I would.
We've got a few more people,
okay.
And then we can loop back to you, Councillor Bonner. So I've got Councillor Armstrong joining us on Zoom. Councillor Armstrong, I think you are muted. Clicked off briefly, but it's back on. Okay.
Is it working now?
We're coming through loud and clear.
Okay. My question was around affordability. I went to the UBCM 4 years ago where we had professors from Simon Fraser as well as UBC that spoke about these policies, and they are actually leading to the decrease in affordability for housing. Could the consultant please speak to that? Because their point was that the prices just get relayed to the consumer, yes, it's new build. However, that just keeps up the costs for the older homes, which makes tax burdens. Thank you.
So in regard to the question of affordability, the general feeling from economic theory is that that doesn't increase the affordability aspect. And the reason being is that a developer, being a private enterprise, will typically try and seek the maximum that they are able to extract in terms of revenue from their project. Otherwise, they're not doing their job. And so the question, that I would pose in reverse to UDI or the development community is that if tomorrow you went and you have your DCC, would they then cut off $5,000 a unit off the cost of the units? And the answer is no, because their prices are based on what the sweet spot is for them to be able to sell through all their units within a reasonable time frame that's acceptable to them and maximizes the revenue for them as well. Adding cost to these, unless you spring it on them all of a sudden, shouldn't flow through to the end user or purchaser, because the adjustments will end up being made in the perform exercise that developers do when they're figuring out what they're planning to build and when they're going to look at purchasing new land. So that's, in a short answer, the way that we would view these sorts of charges and how they impact affordability. In the short term, it's possible they might have some impact, but in the long term, and if you provide enough advance notice and time for adjustment, they really shouldn't have an impact on affordability.
Thank you. Any follow-up to that, Councillor Armstrong, or we can go to the next councillor?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Right on. Councillor Martman.
Just for clarification, and because in the beginning, Councillor Turley was talking about the tiered rates, but I'm reading under the staff recommendations that we're actually just proposing one set of rates. Yes?
Through to the chair, yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so the policy was revised after we heard back from the Nanaimo development community to include the more set rate,
Right.
and to review it every 4 years and not to include that increase over 3 years.
Right. I like that simplified way, and I think the increase, actually, though it's way overdue from 1,000 to 2,500, is very reasonable, and keeping it set lets the developers and everybody who's building know. I actually, right now, the recommendation from staff is that we put forward a motion that actually would go for more community consultation. And that I'm very interested with. The staff has already spoken with developers, and I think putting it out to the neighborhood networks is very interesting, although we know that affordable housing is high on our priorities, is that some of the communities where this building is taking place may have different priorities where they're looking for parks or something else. So I think that this recommendation that staff has given us, I'd like to move the motion. Anybody seconds?
Is there a seconder?
So
Mayor Krogh? And that's option recommendation 1.
option number 1, where we put it out for further consultation with the neighborhood networks.
I think, and that's putting out the staff recommendation to further
Yes.
consultation. Okay. Councillor Hemmons.
Thanks, Chair. I have general questions rather than speaking to the motion, so I'll maybe go after folks who want to speak directly to the motion.
Speaking to the motion, I've got Bonner, Turley, and Brown on here. Councillor Bonner, you want to speak to the motion?
Sure. Councillor Martman beat me to it. I was actually going to put motion 2, option 2 on. And here's some of the reasons. I asked my question specifically because I wanted to find out what the information was. I don't think option one does do what you want it to do. And I don't think it brings clarity and stability to our building industry. And the reason being is that with option two, we have very specific amounts increasing at a very specific time. And so the builders are able to plan 2, 3, 4, 5 years ahead of time, knowing specifically exactly what their costs are going to be. And we've seen by the work that is being done in various other municipalities, the amount and who have significantly higher community amenity contributions than Nanaimo does, they're building more units than they can carry, right? And I believe it was Langley that their increase was in the thousands of %. And so these are builders who are paying the community amenity contributions and are building units and are making money. And so I said this when we first got elected. I believe that our community contribution rates were leaving money on the table. And this is money that in order to do something, we then have to raise taxes. So this is a way of not gouging companies, but sharing the profits of our decisions at the council table, where we're taking land, changing its value, changing its use, and thereby everyone is making money off it except for the city of Nanaimo. So that's why I'm more keen on option two. And the other part of why I don't agree with option one is that this no increase for 4 years. At that point, there's no, in 4 years from now, and many of these building developments start now and they never even get to the table for years. They actually have no idea what the cost of building the community amenity contributions are going to be 4 years from now. And so I appreciate the work staff does, entirely disagree with their suggestions, no offense, right? But I believe that we are in a unique position. And if I may quote my dear old friend over there, the mayor there, who likes to quote old dead white people, we need to make hay while it's sunny, right? And this is a unique, this is an opportunity. He didn't say that, but I'm sure somebody did, and they're dead by now. So the question here is, because if we go with option one, we're setting ourselves, we're catching up to the bottom of what's out there now, right? And then we're nailing ourselves there for the next 4 years. And to me, that is a mistake, because there is so much things that we need to do. And this is an ideal way to generate income for the city, and we're not taxing anybody, and all we're doing is sharing the profit, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, and I, with all due respect to our builders out there, when you came to them with the recommendations of the consultant, I am not surprised they came back and said, no, that's way too much. But it isn't really. If we look at overall in British Columbia, and probably various other places in Canada, that's not out of line, the recommendation of the consultant. So I'm not going to vote in favor of your motion, and if it fails, I would like to move option two. Thank you.
Chair, perhaps Mr. Lindsay or Ms. Brinkman could provide clarification, but just for clarification on the motion that's on the floor, my understanding is it's that the Governance and Priorities Committee recommends staff go out for further engagement prior to council considering a contribution policy. Perhaps staff can clarify that. So I'm not thinking that you're endorsing a policy or adopting a policy right now with option number one. I think the motion says that you're going out for further consultation and putting out some information before it comes back to council for a decision.
Well, that was a perfectly good speech, and now it's no good.
But perhaps staff should clarify my understanding.
Yeah, I think some clarification from staff would be good. My understanding was that
If I can speak to the motion?
Yeah.
That was my intent, was that it was just further consultation, that there was no pricing. However, Councillor Bonner has spoken well enough that has actually changed my mind. So if Mayor Crow, I will withdraw my motion for further discussion.
Okay, I've got a nod from Mayor Krogh, so.
So that motion is withdrawn.
Has been withdrawn, okay. So, first we'll hear from Mr. Lindsay on clarification of recommendation 1, and then we'll move along in our discussion from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity just to clarify, at least from staff's perspective, of the options before you this afternoon. And yes, our general intent was that the recommendation was to proceed with option 1, but before council adopts that policy, option 1, that we will go out and solicit the input from the broader community, including the neighborhood associations. Just like when we sat down with the development community, we're not going to hide the other options. They'll be there and available for people to comment on. But the suggestion would be to go out to the community and say the recommended amenity is the rates that were presented to you this afternoon. That is staff's recommendation. Council could obviously modify that, but the important part of that is going out, and we believe it'd be important to get the input of others before council makes a final determination on this.
Excellent. So just to summarize, option 1 is basically going with the staff recommendation, which is that table there. That's from the development community's recommendation, and taking that to the neighborhood associations and not taking the full range of what the consultant brought forward. We made that maybe a side thing, but more presenting that first one.
Presenting option 1, that's correct.
Okay.
The information would be available. Likewise, if council, I think, selected option 2, our recommendation would still be to take that recommendation out and seek further input from the community, and I expect you'll have further input from other parties if that's council's decision.
Great, thank you. I've got Councillor Turley, Krogh, then Hemmens.
Thank you, Chair. Now that the motion's off the floor, I just, first of all, wanted to clarify something that Councillor Martman thought I'd said. My intent with this tiering of the increases from the $1,000 was to show that if we applied a 10% increase every year, the total amount actually for 2023 would come to $2,635, which is sort of in line with what the development community had in mind. The challenge I have with Councillor Bonner's suggestion that we're taking profit, from the developers. First of all, we don't know what the housing market's going to be like in 4 years. I, like Mayor Krogh and possibly Councillor Bonner and Councillor Martman, lived through the downturn of 81, 82, when people lost their homes because the market crashed. Given what the governments, provincial and federal, have been putting out in the way of COVID relief, we at this point in time don't know where some of this money is going to come from. And to be adding this significant increase at this time could prove to be disastrous for our housing community in the future. So I'd prefer to go the route of caution, where we catch up and then consult with the community, as opposed to just going ahead and slapping the development community again. Thank you.
Mayor Krogh.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm appreciative of what Councillor Turley's just said in terms of memories, and that I don't mean this in a terribly serious way, but having been through that and seen clients lose everything literally, it does sort of remain with you the rest of your life, just as the Great Depression remained through the lives of our parents. You don't sort of forget those lessons. On the other hand, I'm entirely in agreement with the concept that you make hay while the sun shines, and the market right now is driving up house prices enormously. There's more than enough room to do the very things that Councillor Turley's objecting to and concerned about. But having said that, housing prices can go down And then we're stuck with the proposition that perhaps a developer or builder is not prepared to proceed with the project or rezoning or whatever the case may be, because this is a fixed cost. And it doesn't matter what the market says in terms of a new unit. It becomes a fixed cost, unless I'm mistaken. I see Councillor Brown shaking his head, but perhaps I'm misunderstanding how this process works. And so as a market is declining, if they're caught in the middle or whatever, there goes that increase as it happens. So I must admit, I was, out of courtesy to Councillor Martman, I agreed to see the motion withdrawn, but I would like to see it go back for the consultation. Yes, there's a hint that it might be option 1, but if it's option 2, so be it. And as Councillor Turley's pointed out, though, in 1, 2, 3 years, and I don't want to be the nattering nabob of negativism, but what goes up, to use another old saying, must come down. And the best case scenario is things might level off, but these are unpredictable times. And the rage in the marketplace now will abate. The question is, what happens once we've reached that peak and how it abates? So more consultation, yes. Do we wish this had been in place for the last 3 or 4 years? Yes. But is it the best policy right now? That's where I think a little more consultation is not going to hurt.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of general questions for staff. The first is, what's the current practice in terms of asking neighborhoods about the amenities that they would like to see? Is that something we currently do?
Through the chair. So the current practice is that it's basically the official community plan and the neighborhood plans contain a list and guidelines for what community amenities are desired for that neighborhood. So the current practice for staff is to kind of rely on that list and the policy documents of the city to see what would be appropriate. Also, we find that each project brings a unique and sometimes obvious opportunity for many. For example, if there's a rezoning for a hotel on the waterfront, well, then we'd like to see improvements to the walkway, and landscaping along the waterfront would be an amenity that I'm sure all could agree on. So some projects do, or sometimes a rezoning has a riparian area nearby with an obvious addition to a park that's existing. So that would be often already identified in official community plan and something that staff would negotiate for at the time of rezoning.
Okay, thank you. My next question is in regards to the proposed increase to monetary contributions going to the Housing Legacy Reserve. We're going from 30 to 40. Given that we have a housing crisis in the community and the region, can you explain your rationale for not going higher in that and looking at perhaps a 50-50 with Parks and Rec? Pardon me.
For sure, and in many ways that is a policy direction of council, can be, a discussion point for council, but I think traditionally community amenities are often more parks and walkways or those kinds of amenities in the community so some neighborhoods may be wanting more of those kinds of things rather than affordable housing. We were trying to find a balanced approach to try and increase the amount going to the Housing Legacy Reserve Fund, so there's more available there, but also trying to meet the other needs in the city that are found in the official community plan and active transportation plan and those kinds of documents.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have a further question. If those amenities are identified in something like the OCP that has a shelf life of up to 10 years, how do we know what communities or neighborhoods want in terms of that ratio? Because if we're saying, some neighborhoods might want park additions, but some neighborhoods would like it to go towards affordable housing, how do we make that determination if we're not continually checking in with neighborhoods?
That is a good question.
Mr. Chairman, I think this gets to the heart of why we think one of the next steps is to go out and talk to the neighborhood network and get their feedback on this, because the policy number in terms of the percentage could really be whatever council wants to set it at, simply staff recommendation here. And I think this builds on what Ms. Brinkman was saying, is a lot of times when a rezoning is done in a neighborhood, it's the neighborhood that's saying, well, we're the ones that are receiving the impact of this additional density, of this new use. We should be the ones reaping the benefit of that. And therefore, staff often work with neighborhood associations and the developer to try to find an amenity that the neighborhood wants, maybe referenced in our policy document, but also one that adds to the community. So I think I haven't heard of in my experience, I haven't had a neighborhood association say, well, you should actually divert that money to somewhere else or something else. Mm-hmm. The typical message is you should spend it here in our neighborhood on things because we are the ones being impacted by this development. But we'll hear more on that if council decides to go out, I think, and do this next stage of engagement.
And if we choose option 1 or option 2, consultation will take place? Okay. And one final question, if I may, and that's regarding reducing the CACs of rental housing. I'm curious, the market is really driving the build of market rentals, and I'm curious, we're in a housing crisis. We have a form that developers are naturally choosing based on the market, and we're still proposing to give them a 50% reduction in CACs. So is that a long game? Or perhaps you can just offer some comments there. Thank you.
Through the chair. So staff also discussed this, and some of the early drafts of the policy actually had a vacancy rate. So similar to what you're suggesting, like when the vacancy rate is this, then a 50% reduction would be offered for market rental. However, we are considering right now, currently, the vacancy rate is 1%. So this would be the type of market that we would actually be offering, that 50% reduction. And when a vacancy rate is high, say 7, 8, or 9, or 10%, then it's unlikely a developer may proceed actually with a rental project because they'll see that it's saturated, and so we're unlikely to get rezonings at that time for rental. So we decided to just take out the kind of measure of 1 or 2 or 3% vacancy rate, and felt that it was always a good idea to encourage market rental regardless of what the vacancy rate is. So that was the rationale. I think that if in the long term this building boom for market rental continues, we may want to reevaluate that. But I think on Vancouver Island we haven't seen that before. This is a new phenomenon for us to have this kind of market rental building boom.
Right, and in the context of that new reality, it's my read of this is that we're subsidizing developers for a choice that they're already making, which doesn't feel great. But I also understand that this is unique. This hasn't always been the case, so we have to take it in the context of that longer period. Final comments. I'm leaning more towards option 2, simply because the differential between staff recommendation and the consultant's recommendation was so great. I probably would have preferred to see something in the middle, but I feel that option 1 brings us up to we talk in the report about wanting to be a leader, but the recommendation brings us up to kind of the bottom, and I think we could be doing better personally, but I'm curious to hear other comments. Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you. If you go.
Chair, I'm not sure if you noticed that Councillor Armstrong had raised her hand again. And just because of the Zoom callers, I know it's really hard to hear unless you speak loud and clear into your microphone. So if I could just remind everyone of that as well.
Oh, that's great. Councillor Armstrong, I see your little blue hand up there. Last time it showed up as Zoom on my front screen here, so that's how I caught wind of you. But if you would like to speak, maybe does staff need to do something so it shows up on my little screen here?
Yes, they should. Possibly if they see the hand, they could add it to your speakers list. And I'm not sure if Councillor Armstrong is speaking, but she's muted herself right now, so we can't hear you.
Councillor,
There she is.
okay. You're unmuted. say something and...
Yes, I would.
Oh, wait, you're on.
Yeah, like Councillor Turley and Mayor Kroll, I too went through the recession and all the issues in 81, 82. And if you follow the financial reports and what's coming out of the States, they're saying we are looking at a recession coming up. We've already seen a raise in bank rates for mortgages, and there's pressure on the government to start to do some moves to slow down this hot market. I believe option one is the best market right now, because if we go to number two and the market does start to take a downwards turn, we're not going to have the support of the development company, and they won't develop here. So I think that the best thing is to go back to number one, get the information from them, see what their major concerns are once again, and then go that route. I think number two is just a little bit taking it too far at first. I mean, one thing this council has been criticized for is the lack of community engagement and discussion. So I would like us to see more discussion with the development community around us, as well as the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I've got a few comments here, and then we'll do another round. I see already a few speakers. First off, I appreciate the consultant's report. It was very clear and kind of laid out the economics from that perspective quite clearly, and understanding sort of the impact that a lift has, and then splitting up that profit 50-50. And then also a little bit of understanding around development profits set at 15%. This is the first sort of discussion around that. I'm not too sure actually what developers are making profit-wise off of developments, and that would be very helpful information to get a gauge of sort of what the expectations are sort of on return of investment to gauge, because ultimately that's what we're talking about here. I was surprised at sort of the recommendation after seeing the numbers in the consultant's report, and then in the report saying that there was consultation with the development community, and then the revised recommendation for setting the CAC. I didn't find that there was any information sort of reasoning why those things were there, and there may be reasons that because of our DCCs and because of changes in the engineering standards that affect sort of the margins for the developers, but none of that information was there, and it was sort of frustrating, because I think a part of me in my gut is like we're approaching this from a bit of a scarcity mindset. Like we've been in a development boom for the last few years here, and we've had $1,000 CAC, which has not been the community receiving its fair share, in my opinion. And I feel that there's a fear that we have got to go begging to have development in this town. And when you look at the climate here, when you look at the social conditions, and the rest of Canada looking out here, I think this fear of a market collapse out in this part of the world is not quite founded. And even if that was a potential of a recession coming, CACs are voluntary. And if we set our CAC policy and for whatever reason the market conditions switch, we can always adjust that, and they can always be negotiated at the time of rezoning. And so if there is an issue and the developer brings forward a reason why, if they can't proceed with the project because of certain margins are there and the CACs are too up, we can consider that and negotiate that. I think if we set our standards super low, based on pretty opaque information that I've seen, it doesn't sit well. And so I think that we should proceed with option two and get feedback on it, and I more than welcome the development community to come to council and provide more explanation and understanding on why they feel that that's not reasonable. There are issues in terms of our permitting times and approval times that we do need to address, and we are addressing that. And I don't think that this is sort of a reason why we can't set the proper CAC standards, which there are other communities that have pretty similar levels to what the consultant did recommend, and go from there. So I definitely won't be supporting option one, and would like to see option two with some more consultation. It'd be good to hear from the neighborhood network on this, and more from the development community if that's necessary. And that's all I have for that. So, Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. With that, I would like to move option 2, and looking for a seconder. And if I may speak to a couple of things, I think it's rather important that we recognize, and also the community recognize, that even though these rates are written on paper and they're not ground in stone, and that every single rezoning is by negotiation. We can't be perceived to be allowing builders to buy a rezoning and have it guaranteed. That's why these are negotiations. I fully believe that in the event that things turn into 1982, that we'll have an opportunity at that time to renegotiate these rates, cancel them completely, change them whenever that happens. That is not the case right now. And we see, further to Councillor Turley's point, we see other municipalities who have rates twice this high and have for years and are doing phenomenally well on building residential units. I also agree with Councillor Hammonds regarding the 50% for rental stock. We're building some awfully nice rental places that are very expensive, and I don't believe that they need a 50% reduction in their CACs. So that's all I had to say. I'm in favor of option 2, and I will vote for it in favor when it comes to point.
Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Chair. I will be supporting this option to go out for further consultation. And I'm curious what comes back, because I like Councillor Hammonds, I think the answer is probably somewhere in between. For me, community amenity contributions are voluntary. I think that's an important thing. And anybody is welcome to bring forward an application that does not contain them. And the application can be met on, or argued on its own merits. I firmly believe that if we enter into a market where first of all, community amenity contributions won't be what make or breaks the market. There's forces at work here far beyond what our little community amenity contributions will impact the market. But if that market does come, and it very well may, the indicators will be very, very obvious, and we can adjust accordingly. We can adjust accordingly on individual projects, or this council or subsequent councils can adjust in general immediately and very quickly, because this is a policy. It's not a bylaw or anything like that. So they aren't fixed costs, even on the project basis. It's a guiding framework to help staff in their negotiations. But like I said earlier, anybody can say, no, I don't want to do that. I would like to bring it forward to council. This again is about the lift and the profit that goes around with lift. So the existing zoning is in place. Someone can of course build to that, and the profit, the reason they come before us. And I don't say this like, I have no anything. I think developers are often vilified, and it's unfair. As the consultant said, they do a job and they do it for profit, just like we go to work. We do it to get paid. The reason they would seek additional density or additional units or anything like that is because there's a business case there for them to do so. All voluntary community amenity contributions come down to is that in exchange for that lift, and it's the profit on the lift that we're talking about, some of that those profits should be redistributed back into the community. I don't think that's an audacious ask. I think we have been far too low. I'm definitely not interested in a catch-up policy that sort of brings us to the floor. I think we can do a little bit better than that, and I think our community can do a little bit better than that. So for those reasons, I will support bringing this forward. I also do expect that consultation will further include the development community, because I would like to hear back from them on those rates and hopefully get a justified answer to why they should be lower. Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, I have a question through to the consultant. My understanding, I think I heard earlier that you were involved in determining what the rate was in 2012, and I wonder what criteria you used to determine that $1,000 was appropriate then?
The chair, our work was actually in 2007, and our report arrived basically in concert with a downturn in the economy, and I believe that the decision of the time was that they would shelve our recommendations. And so when they were picked up in 2012, I couldn't speak to that because we didn't update our work at that point. I think that they just, the decision was to make a notional stab at trying to get some sort of contribution rate. And so I don't know where the $1,000 arrived at because it isn't in our 2007 report so far as I can see.
So if I could just have a follow-up. So did you recommend a rate in 2007, a specific rate, or was
We did. We did. We recommended rates, again, discrete for single-family townhouse and apartments. And I think that the single-family may have been around 1,000 unit, but I believe that the others were somewhat higher than that.
Thank you.
Mayor Crow?
Thank you very much. I'm going to try and straddle the fence on this one. We are sending this back out for consultation, and I look forward to having that consultation, which will not just include the development community, but those who work in the construction industry, and we'll see what their response is. So I will support the motion, but I look forward to a robust consultation and hearing back from the community, and maybe by the time that consultation's done, we'll all be working with a better basis of facts instead of the incredible and, I think, crazy optimism of construction and development in this community that exists right now. Thank you.
Not seeing any other folks on the list here. Just in terms of future discussion on this, if it's possible for the numbers, and the comparisons between other municipalities and their CAC rates, to be able to contextualize it a bit with our DCCs and sort of factors with changes in the engineering standards that could be affecting sort of the cost margins. Just so that we can kind of know, so we're not comparing apples to oranges, I guess, if that is an issue when we're doing that. But yeah, further information on that would be helpful as this goes through. Sorry.
Sure, thank you, Chair. And I'll take a stab at it. Mr. Lindsay might want to add, but it's very difficult to compare community to community. Development cost charges, works and services, even project to project within a community. But community to community, it depends on development cost charge rates, for instance. What is their current servicing infrastructure like? How seriously do they have to upgrade their infrastructure to support development? There are other things that go into calculating development cost charges. There's a community assist factor. It's quite a complex and community-specific fee as far as development cost charges. And then works and services, again, are quite specific to the community, so it's very hard to compare community to community and project to project. We can look at providing some of that information, but it's very challenging to compare. Some of those factors, as far as it impacts, and Ms. Brinkman spoke to, some of the consideration in bringing forward a little bit a lower rate as an option. In consultation with the development community, we're considering those factors as they relate to development in Nanaimo and some of the recent changes there. But it is challenging. We can definitely, and our consultants provided comparables as far as community amenity contribution baskets or values that other communities have put in place, but even that's challenging to compare depending on what they're using those funds for, and for instance, how much pre-zoned land a community has. Because this only applies to land that's being rezoned. The community amenity contribution policy. So if, for instance, a community has a very high community amenity contribution rate, but an abundance of pre-zoned land for the rate of development occurring, it's hard to say what the actual implication is to development, because most of the development is going to be occurring on pre-zoned land. And we've got other tools that we use in Nanaimo that further complicates some of the consideration. We have our Schedule D density bonusing provisions that allow developers to achieve additional density on pre-zoned land for providing certain things or meeting certain requirements. So it's difficult to compare. Happy to try and probably have a more in-depth conversation on that at some point, but I'm not sure if Mr. Lindsay or Mr. Rudolph had anything to add.
Mr. Chair, I sense another GPC coming on. I've heard members of council indicate it would be helpful to get a Development 101 kind of session going on where you get a sense of a typical resident, single family or townhouse development or something, and what is their DCC left? What is the land cost? Some sort of, and maybe you get the development community to participate in that and share what sort of broad-based cost might be. So it gives you a basis to understand the implications and some of the challenges for the development community. I think it's possible to do generic, but maybe not case-specific, but I think it would be easy to do, because for every building permit that's issued or whatever, there's a fee structure that's attached to that. So you could pick a random set of those and provide to you some set of that information. So that could come out as a corollary to the development approval process reviews that are taking place and that type of thing. So maybe even in conjunction with this information that's coming back to give you a sense of other costs that are there. It's certainly possible. And we just have to make some examples of that. But they would be variable, but that's not an excuse not to try to give you some sense of that.
Okay. We'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Turley and opposed.
I believe Councillor Armstrong stepped away for a call, so she's not here for the vote.
Okay. Motion carried.
It was just
Yeah.
Councillor Turley opposed, is that
Yeah,
correct for the
Councillor
record?
Turley opposed.
Thank you.
Motion carried.
Chair, if I may? I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the consultant and staff for this report. I mean, it was very in-depth. I learned a lot. I guess my question is, when do we get to do the bonus density?
Thank you, Councillor Bonner. Okay. Item.
Chair,
Yep.
would a 5-minute break be in order? I see a couple people
I think
leaving.
that's already happened. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
5-minute break.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. and you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's V-O-Y-E-N-T. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow, and the reason that is if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Hey, Tiana.
Hey.
It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
What we have here is the real ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the real ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement real ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in, and then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. So I do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent, and we also clean the street names, make sure they're good as we're doing that. If there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post.
We are on to item 6C, status of municipal grants. Ms. Lagan will be introducing this.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. The purpose of this report is to provide the GPC with the status of all active municipal grant streams. Ms. Mercer is here to take questions specific to each grant stream, but before we move to questions, I'd like to address a question that arose previously about internal capacity to address the increase in grant activity that we're seeing and the increasingly short timeframes to submit our grant applications that we're also experiencing. I just want to start by saying, firstly, we do have very talented technical staff writing our grant submissions for us. We do believe, particularly the 3 of us sitting here, that to increase the success rates, we would benefit from a strategic approach that includes creating some capacity to complete due diligence and unearth what I'd like to refer to as the blunt strategy of evaluation, which often materializes as jobs or reconciliation or youth or any number of ways to bring the number of grant applications to a finer point of the evaluation criteria. Although articulated in the grant information, there's often a little bit of complexity at play, where if we can spend some time, unearth what the granting agency is really trying to achieve, and align the initiatives we put forward in front of council for deliberation and for approval to put forth in our granting applications, we believe we can increase our success rates. We also believe that we need to proactively advocate and tell our story to the granting applications and make sure that we do build a coalition of supporters. Often I call it the coalition of the willing to support us, and we think that that would increase our success rate as well, because there's a tremendous amount of technical expertise and time put into these grant applications, yet really putting the score, to music and a melody is a little bit of an art, and we think that we could use a very senior resource on a contract basis to work with us. And I'll give you an example. We had to run really quickly to put the last grant application, which I believe is due tomorrow, for the ENN Railroad, ENN Trailway lighting in place. And we had less than 24 hours as a turnaround to some of the key people in the community and key organizations to provide letters of support for us. And, ideally, when you run into a situation like that, you have a resource that can provide a fairly strong templated letter that can be augmented and then signed and put into packages. So that's a simple exercise. When you have limited or no capacity, it just doesn't happen. And then our grant application doesn't surface as one of the key contenders, which is what we would ideally like to see. We'd also like to see a proactive effort as we move forward, particularly with the Mayor's Task Force on Recovery and Resilience recommendations to have a leaders table in Nanaimo, and one of the many objectives was to align across our city and different organizations and large infrastructure users like the port and the university, the city itself, and others around multi-level government asks for major infrastructure projects moving forward. And to do that, we'd want to start really creating some fertile ground for conversations, and that would take an on-the-ground person in Victoria for provincial discussions, in Ottawa for federal discussions, and of course virtually in the environment that we're in now, but getting some doors opened for us and understanding what may be coming and being proactive as opposed to always reacting by not having someone on the ground, ear to the ground, relationships built, and having a really good understanding of what the art of the possible is going forward. So we're happy to answer questions about the very specific report. You'll see there's lots of grant streams in play, lots of great work being done, but we do believe we could take it to a second level. We can pilot with a contract resource, and then if that's fruitful for us, we may want to look at something more permanent and sustainable.
Thank you, Ms. Legan. Questions? Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff, from that little intro, am I to understand that you want some more capacity, which I'm fine with?
Yes.
Okay, what do you need?
We will come back with a needs assessment and a direct ask if councils or if the committee here is amenable to that.
And then I'm guessing that's going to be people, right? Right. So that's budget sort of stuff, right?
To put myself right out there, I would suggest we need $50,000 to year end, and it would be a very senior person who is skilled and has a track record working in our region, and would be up the learning curve very quickly, and it would be a part-time contract with that individual.
Yeah, and I've yet to see someone in that position not make their wages and then more. So I'll look forward to that. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Ms. Legan. So I'm assuming that we, Nanaimo is in the same position as far as time constraints as other communities that apply for it. And I'd be curious to find out how other communities deal with it, the short time frame.
Certainly we could look into that. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other folks on the list here, so I'll just a few comments. Thanks for the report and the extensive table there, and I think that there's going to be most likely substantial grants coming out from the federal and provincial government, and I don't think that the timelines are going to be any more easier. I think that things are happening very quickly and everybody's under capacity, and these are going to come out quick, and I think if there is the opportunity to leverage these grant streams more effectively, and if we have the capacity elsewhere and it's a matter of getting the funds for projects that are already happening, it is a pretty sound investment to be putting in some resources to more effectively get the granting process streamlined and more effective. And so I strongly support hearing, a report from staff on what are some areas that we could potentially increase our capacity on that. I've definitely heard some ideas already. I think that there are resources available, especially if it's sort of on an initial consultant trial basis or something like that. So just a question to staff, is this something that to sort of proceed to hear some more details on what additional capacity would look like? Do we need a motion from recommendation from this committee for staff to proceed with that, or is that sort of already in the works?
Thank you, Chair. So really, I would probably turn it back to finance staff and Ms. Lagan to what she actually entails, but I believe there will be opportunities for staff to bring forward capacity issues during the budget process coming forward, but if she would like a motion separate from that, she could let you know. Either way would work. So,
If I may respond? No. Did you want to?
No, I just had a broad comment. In terms of process, we are coming back, finance and audit next week. Ms. Mercer has prepared a report on the surplus. It's not outlining options at this stage, but it would be followed up with a more detailed update on our budget and some pressure points that we do have in the organization and options for council to explore how to utilize that surplus. Some of it would be some staffing, and there's certain taxation issues, and there's a variety of other things. So this is in that, that'll be, I would think that's part of this list. So that's coming in the next few weeks. In the interim, we'll be dealing the best we can with our grant applications, and we're very optimistic. I hope that the turf field, as a minimum, is going to be well received, because I think it pushed all the right levers and has a huge impact on a broad set of the community. So I think that one would be something I'm really looking forward to hearing back on.
Ms. Lagan, did you have anything?
So I was going to say I concur with Mr. Rudolph, and I think what's really key here is we do not have the capacity at the more strategic level in the organization. We have the technical capacity to write a grant application, and we can make it a priority and we can move it through. What's missing is really the talent and experience more than anything at a more senior level, and the connections that individual would bring to bear. And we would have to restructure a little bit on our approach to grant applications as well, and we would find that the GM level in the organization would be more hands-on and shoulder to the wheel on stick handling these through. So it's not only adding external capacity as a pilot, but it's also looking at an opportunity internally to use whatever capacity we can find to be as proactive as possible around these types of asks and these types of submissions that we put forward. So it's also approach.
Excellent. Great, so I think where it stands, we'll look forward to hearing back in a couple of weeks, potentially at the Finance and Audit on sort of next steps in this vein.
And just to finalize, the next budget cycle would be too late to really take advantage of the opportunity that we're seeing now with respect to the acceleration of grant submission opportunities. And so I think it's something that's going to have to be more immediate.
So just to clarify, what would be coming to us would be sort of what, we could action on in the near term, not waiting for 2022 or...
Right, we're hoping March 17th at the next Finance and Audit Committee meeting.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to item E, Reimagine Nanaimo, update on Donut Economics Framework. And Ms. Bhopal Singh, I believe, is, Mr. Lindsay is going to introduce this, and Bhopal Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to turn it over, give her a moment to get set up here, but I'm going to turn it over immediately to Ms. Bopalsing. We appreciate you've already had a long committee meeting, but we do want to use up probably the last 35 minutes of your agenda to just give you an update on the framework, have Ms. Bopalsing walk through that and give you a little prep for the meeting that's coming up on Wednesday. I'll turn it over.
Good afternoon, Council. I promise this is going to be lively and fun, and hopefully a taste of what you have to come. Okay, I think my bike.
They got it.
Is that right?
You just turn it off now. Turn it back on. There you go. You're both getting it. Turn it. One more.
Am I on? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, take two. So we're coming back to you following a motion you made directing us to incorporate the donut economics framework into Reimagine Nanaimo. So with that, over the next 20 minutes or so, we're going to show you how we're going to meet that request by incorporating donut economics into a city portrait customized for Nanaimo, integrating this into Reimagine, and then including measurable indicators and targets to track progress. So before I get too far into this, please, if this is too much information or at certain points you want to pause or say you want to get back to it, this is your process. We're attempting to basically give you a PhD thesis in probably 25 minutes and make it fun and interesting. So please feel free to stop me at any point. So what we're going to do today is explain what is the donut model and portrait, steps we're looking at and we have been taking to build Nanaimo's portrait, and how we'll use this to evaluate different scenarios as we go through different options for you with Reimagine Nanaimo, and then some next steps. So this is our first piece here, and you can see I have some props here, exhibits A, B, C, some of which you get to eat tonight, and some you may get later. So what is a downscaled city donut and portrait? How does it relate to past sustainability efforts that this council and previous have directed us to use? And why is the donut a useful way of visualizing sustainability or sustainable development? So by now, hopefully several of you will be very familiar with this visual here. And think of donut economics as a way to visualize and organize sustainable development. Prior to this, you might have seen it described as the pillars of sustainability, looking at economic, social, environmental, and more recently, people have been adding in culture as part of that. And essentially what this is it looks at a green belt here, and this can be any color, as a safe space for humanity. So on the inside are different indicators or domains that come from the United Nations Social Development Goals, and these are the foundations, social foundations through which you want to maintain certain standards so that all people in our community and global community have enough so they don't fall into what's called the shortfall or the hole in the donut. And then to meet these needs while not exceeding planetary boundaries. And those of you who have been familiar with sustainability for years will be familiar with those kinds of concepts. So again, the idea is think local and act local and think both local and global. So what are the foundations? So many of you may know that our Imagine Nanaimo, our first OCP, was grounded in the Brundtland Report. This came from the United Nations, and basically the premise is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. And you will see that through your strategic plan and other words and direction we've gotten from you, that your foundations are reflected in these words. So what is a downscaled donut or city portrait? Essentially, it is a picture of Nanaimo and its impact on both community and ecological well-being at both the local and global scale. And you'll see the words if you've read any of the online documents or the book itself. The idea is to have a thriving people in a thriving place, and for us to explore how our city can support that. And I would like to emphasize that prior to being directed to integrate the donut into Reimagine, this was a strong theme that has carried through every OCP that councils have had over the years. The twist here is that really looking at the global, ecological, and social, emphasizing that part is an added part of the donut economics model. So how does it fit with council direction? So here you'll recognize the different strategic themes that you created in your last strategic plan. And that vision includes to be a community that's livable, environmentally sustainable, and full of opportunities for all generations and walks of life. So you can see many parallels in the wording that's shining through the direction we've gotten from you and how that fits with the concepts of the donut. So what's our history in planning, sustainability, and monitoring progress? So here you'll see our first OCP, Imagine Nanaimo, was adopted in 1996, right through to various updates. And you'll see here some reports called Progress Nanaimo, and these were where indicators and targets were evaluated to see how well the OCP was doing in terms of making progress towards different sustainability goals. And here we are now in 2020 looking at Reimagine Nanaimo. So we amazingly, through Landmark, had this lovely donut diagram. And where you'll see we are is in the how. So we started off in phase one, going to the community with huge amount of involvement from the community, gathering ideas, the community telling us what their priorities were on different aspects of strategic planning in Nanaimo. And here we are in phase two, exploring different scenarios, and we're going to show you how we're going to use the donut model to do that. So I'm going to take a breath. And then now we're going to look at what are the steps to build Nanaimo's portrait. So this is a reminder as much to ourselves as it is to you. This is a complex process taking many different disciplines. Donut economics is the field of economics trying to incorporate a lot of community development theories in a very integrated fashion. And our ability to customize the donut requires a lot of creative thinking. And what you're going to see for the next steps are just drafts for you to give feedback on. So you get to pick. Some communities have other names. You might love the donut, and that's just fine, but there's lots of other round things that can be used. And with that in mind, feel free to help yourself. We can pass these around here. These are all safe COVID sweets, and I'd like you to look at the socks of the person passing them around. He's really, really bought into the donut. And for Councillor Bonner, you'll see that there is a round thing that actually has the hole filled in one of the sweets. So this is your process, you get to pick. So in terms of painting the portrait, one of the first things is to choose our goals, what's our focus. Then how do we layer or put together the portrait? How do we use targets and indicators? And how do we then come back to you to confirm the feedback we've gotten on targets and indicators in the portrait? And then finally, how do we use the portrait to evaluate different scenarios? So this lovely visual created by our consultants, Lanark, shows a fairly, standard planning process where you have visions and principles and you confirm where do you want to see Nanaimo go for the next 25 years? What are the primary goals coming out of that? Then looking at targets and indicators, followed by different directions we might want to take, options, and then scenarios. So what we've done here is we put the donut in here, and the donut basically gives us a framework for our goals or directions. We may call them objectives, but essentially, how can we use the donut aligned with our principles and goals? So this is a reminder that Council, when you endorsed us doing Reimagine Nanaimo, you directed us on the following guiding principles for this process. Build on existing success. So don't divert from things that we know are already working well. Incorporate Council's strategic themes: environmental responsibility, governance excellence, livability, and economic health. Acknowledge and address climate change, truth and reconciliation, and sustainable service delivery. And then I'll skip over the next one, because we've done that in phase two and we'll continue to. And then another key one that Council added to this was a monitoring process to measure and track progress. And so you can see that through the donut economics process, that aligns so well with the direction that you've given us. So the first one for creating our portrait is layering on these aspects of your strategic vision. look at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and you'll see that 12 of these have been incorporated into the donut economics model. And then remembering and not forgetting our phase 1 reimagine engagement themes, how we live, how we connect and play, how we move and so forth, how we adapt and stay green. Using what's called the old-fashioned donut that Mr. Corson has with him right here. And not to say that this is old-fashioned, that was just a play on words. What we're seeing is that other cities who engaged in this process are really taking a creative approach and are being encouraged to do that because the recognition from both the United Nations for their social development goals and also Kate Raworth is that each community takes these global concepts, looks at their existing and unique environmental, cultural, and economic setting and customizes that. So we're now going to show you this is how Amsterdam did theirs. They followed a very similar concept to the original donut economics in terms of their visual. And here you'll see a Maori example where they've actually turned the donut inside out and they've put the environmental boundaries and carrying capacities on the inside of the donut with their social on the outside. And so this is an example of how they have culturally adapted the donut to fit with their practices, and it's quite a beautiful image. And then without further ado, bear in mind this is a draft. You have one version in your attached staff report. This is ours, and we're just going to layer it up so you can see how we built this draft based on what you've told us and the community. So here are the different themes that we gathered feedback on. Adapt and stay green, live, connected, move. Then those are part of our social foundations. And building on that, using both the donut economic subheadings of healthy, connected, enabled, and empowered, in the brackets underneath, showing how they're aligned very closely with your strategic plan themes. And then underneath that, in the smaller writing, if I choose healthy environment, for example, housing, food, and water, taking those United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as they apply at a local government level in British Columbia, and for us specifically. And then there's Reimagine Nanaimo. And then we have the ecological ceiling, where we take the same ecological or planetary boundaries and include them here. So actually, perhaps I'll just pause there and see if there's any feedback on that draft concept. I'm throwing a lot at you. Okay, I'll just proceed. Okay.
I think it looks great.
Yeah. Okay. And this was a big team effort, beautifully captured by our consultants, Lanark. So how do we use this portrait? Right? This forms our visions, goals, priorities, all the same kind of language. Where have we come from? How do we look at the past and measure progress? And again, this is part of us making sure that we build on success and we improve on things that we know need to be improved. Where are we now? What are the current conditions that we measure from? What are our benchmarks? And where do we want to go in the future? Targets. And then how do we know we'll be getting there, or we're getting there? And that's the use of indicators. So this is our donut, and how we'll be taking the next step in our Reimagine process to use this portrait, this draft portrait, to generate and look at targets and indicators by first doing what the donut economics folk recommend, starting with existing and building from there. So we know that we've already got council endorsed targets, right? So staff have done lots of research, pulling together different documents. Here's some examples of like GHG targets that the city, through you, has endorsed. You'll see that we have some targets that are legislated. So through our official community plan, we're required to have a GHG reduction target. For example, we have waste diversion targets, and then you'll see that of the 4 that you've got in front of you, 3 have specific numbers, 2 have dates to achieve them by, and 1, the orange in the bottom, integrate growth and mobility, to increase the number of households living within close proximity to places to work, learn, and play. That's an aspirational target that doesn't have currently any measures to go with it. So just those examples there. So since we were with you on February 22nd, staff have been rapidly gathering information for a workshop or charrette that's coming up this Wednesday. And part of that is putting together a set of indicators and targets for you and others to consider shortlisting. So how do we know where we have come from and where we are now? Through our consultants, there's been a series of mapping done on both social and ecological baselines to show our different progress, and we'll be using this in our scenario development going forward. So I just wanted to make sure that you had a sense of some of that work that we've been doing.
Just a question, those maps, those haven't been released to council yet? Those are...
No,
okay.
no. Those are, you'll see they're still draft, and we're looking at working with the consultants on finalizing and tweaking them between departments. But there's lots of really good, rich data there that will help us when we have a workshop with council to look at the different scenarios and look at where are we at now across different neighborhoods and as a city as a whole.
Great. Ms. Gray, did you...
Yes, thank you, Chair. I believe there was a couple slides added today that will be added on our website tomorrow and available for you. So these might be one of them.
Actually, through the chair, it's not actually this slide. I'll point out the ones that we did add so that you're aware and so the community are aware which ones were added. So what we're trying to do, targets, many of you have heard about having SMART targets. I won't read out what SMART is, but you've got it there. And then the key thing about indicators is that they should relate to things that the city has influence and control over and that we're legislated to do. We have the province, the RDN, and other jurisdictions that measure other levels of data, and even internationally and nationally. And when you look at the guidance from the United Nations, in terms of scaling things down to the local level, it's important to look at what you can influence and how you can achieve those different goals that you're trying to achieve through measurable targets that relate directly to what you can control at the local level. So March 10th, many of you will be attending a virtual workshop with us, and then we'll be coming back to you on March 22nd to confirm the targets and indicators. And please note, these dates can change. So if on March 10th you say, you know what, we think we need more time or we need to explore more, all of that is possible. We are doing basically in 2 months what most cities are taking minimum a year to over 2 years to undertake during COVID. So bear that in mind. We're moving fast, but moving well. So the idea is that we use this information to create a snapshot, and I'm going to show you some examples of what that looks like. This is Amsterdam's, and you can see they've got the 4 different subheadings of connected, healthy, empowered, and enabled, and then the different United Nations goals within them, and talking about what their target is and where their baseline is, or snapshot. This is the slide that I added, and also this one was the environmental one from previous, and it's using Cornwall in the United Kingdom, who took the donut and downscaled it for their use at the local level. And we felt this was a very good, achievable visual that captures a target or a goal statement, followed by 1 or 2 indicators to help measure progress towards that. So this is, I'm just trying to explain, this is what our approach is in getting the results from the workshop and staff and other technical research. So, please feel free to chip in, those of you who perhaps have a bit more familiarity or not, but this is kind of what we're looking at an endpoint that we think will lead us to something, a useful tool for us as we go through to measure scenarios. So this is the social indicators on the inside of the donut here. And then this is Cornwall's environmental ceiling. So we're not copying Cornwall's exactly, but we like the format and we liked aspects of what they, within their jurisdiction, are able to influence. So this is another new slide.
Just right there. It's got a couple questions here. Maybe we'll take them before we get into the next section there.
I'll wait.
You'll wait, okay? Did you?
I'll be super quick in regards, I like Cornwall's graphic. Our intention with having the charrette is we're going to say, okay, we're going to have a minimum social indicator of everyone housed, or however we want to say that in that particular segment. And we're going to ask for committee input from local experts, like say members of the Health and Housing Task Force, to help us set that minimum bar. Is that accurate?
In terms of the target or the actual indicator choice? So there's two pieces at the workshop.
Right.
The targets, we don't expect, because there's still a lot of work council has to do, and in some ways, oftentimes, by evaluating the scenarios, you might shift and change your targets. So it's a two-way process. We might look at targets we have existing, for example, with GHGs that are it's a fairly tangible and recent target that council has endorsed, and say, yep, we want to stick with that. And then we might have some indicators for which we don't yet have targets. And so it's a bit of a chicken and egg way of looking at it. What we would like to see the participants in the workshop do is focus on confirming whether the existing targets are good, looking at what indicators really help us show progress towards those targets, and if there are other indicators where we're missing targets or we're missing indicators, to suggest them. And staff may have to go back and do more research on them. So this is very, I think, iterative, if that's the right word, process. There's no one exact science, so we're experimenting with you. So we're going to see how it goes. It might be a bit muddly and messy, but that's what workshops like this usually are. So I hope that helps.
Great.
So this is an added slide as of this morning. Our consultants, Lanark, are using now a new software tool called Miro, and in fact it's actually one of the ones suggested by the donut economics folk. And so this is an example of a virtual whiteboard. So in the absence of having a big room where people could wander around and stick sticky notes and put dots on, this is what we're going to try and do on March 10th in an interactive way using Zoom and the Miro software. So what you can see here is that on this section here, enabled, in brackets, economic health, the instructions are here, and we show the participants clearly which sector of the donut they're looking at. And then here is some of the background work that the economic development team have done, pulling together suggested indicators, and whether they're recommended or not, what it tells us, how it's measured. And here you can see there's the opportunity for dot democracy to be used. So participants can do this on their own, or there'll be a supporting facilitator who can help them move their dots, depending on their comfort level. So tremendous amount of work is going into this as we speak for all the different sectors. And we're going to see how it works. This isn't based on the outcomes that we get from this, we'll see what we can pull together for March 22nd. But one thing to note is that, and I think there was a member of the Environment Committee who stated it well, is start with a small number of what you know will be a good start, and after Reimagine, or later on, as you establish a monitoring progress, you may add to it. There might be more data coming up that's viable down the road, and you may switch out some of those indicators. You may also have one or two indicators that show progress to more than one goal, to more than one goal. So one example might be walkability. That might have a social component in terms of equity and access to parks, recreation, culture, workplaces, and then it has a climate change goal, because by having a more walkable community, you also promote alternate forms of transportation. So looking out for those opportunities will be part of what we're doing here. This is a really complex process. Typically, a lot of local governments have technical experts that burrow away, and we are fortunate that we have access to different committees and through council, people who have knowledge working with indicators and targets. And then we have others that we've invited to also help us through your direction. So quickly wrapping up, we've got March 22nd GPC. Coming back to you with the targets and indicators as much as we've been able to get through the work we do on the 10th and beyond, confirming the portrait, and then seeing if we can do a similar graphic to what you saw for Cornwall for both social and environmental, but customized for us. Okay, so here we are, scenario development. So this is the next step. So I'm going to pause. I hope I'm not speaking too quickly. Okay, I've got everybody still with me?
Great. Councillor Bonner, you had a question?
I'm following along on the presentation online, and those are different slides. So I was wondering if somehow we can get your presentation attached to the agenda somehow, so the public can see the whole thing.
Yes, so I do apologize. We did add 2 slides with the mirror board that was updated today. And thank you to Ms. Gurry and Ledge Services for allowing me to put the extra slides in.
And they will be added as a supplemental item and available to all tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mayor Crowe, did you want to? Okay. Excellent.
Let's see, I'm not sure on the screen. Okay, so that means I have to really hurry up. Okay, so after the GPC on March 22nd, one of our next steps, if we're able to carry on with the timeline that we currently have, is to then sit down with you and look at different options or scenarios to go forward for Reimagine. So that we're looking at a workshop with you on April 29th. And this is a key piece of preparing to go back to the community with different options based on the work that we're doing with the donut, what they've told us in phase 1, and with your help, picking up to 3 different scenarios for the community to give us feedback on. So what would that look like? These are just draft. So right now, what we've got here is what could look like evaluating the current path. So again, you've told us build on success, what's working, what's not. What's another scenario? And these names can change. You can actually help us come up with different names for the scenarios for the community and help define what these look like. So we've just thrown this down here as an example for you and of what we hope to work through. And then our job is to take the donut model and evaluate how well each of the different aspects of each of the scenarios will get us towards different goals. So here you'll see, now some of you might be familiar with the term triple bottom line accounting, which is where you go beyond the financial, but you look at economic, social, cultural, and other goals. And here's just a chart, a visual to show how we hope to work through that with you so that we can have a good evaluation of those scenarios and a sense of what you want to pick for the community to come back to you with their feedback on. So that's an example there. And here's one that is specific with the financial criteria in terms of specific costs to taxpayers, operations and maintenance, and those longer term servicing assets and maintenance piece. And as council, in terms of your governance, that's another important piece of consideration as you balance different options for the scenarios. So really, we're trying to be quite thorough in what we're giving you in terms of your ability to evaluate the different options. So next steps, we're nearly through. So our job is organizing the data rapidly for March 10th, coming back with your help, confirming the targets and indicators and portrait, the scenario development, and then phase 2 engagement. So this is where we are now. And we actually, this was the original set of steps before we had the donut model. And so we are actually in a step you can't see over here. And then on the 29th, this is where we will be with you in those sections there. So this very tiny graph is your milestones chart that you can look at in more detail. And as we warned you, we are updating it. It's a fluid piece, but it at least keeps you with a sense of where you can expect to come back, or us to come back to you with decision points, guidance, and updates. So here we go, March 10th on Wednesday, then March 22nd, GPC coming back to you again, and then March 26th, looking at a review of the preliminary options and scenarios, and then workshopping that with you on the 29th. Schedule's very tight, so this is what we are trying to work to, but do bear with us if we have to make some shifts. Okay, so this is what you can expect on March 10th. So we have yourselves, ACA Committee, Environment Committee, and then we have representatives from the Economic, Health and Housing Task Force involved as well. Okay, so I whipped you through that very fast. So do you have any questions for us?
Thank you very much. I'm going to flip back to the big circle that says indicators should relate to things city has influence / control over and legislated to do. And I think for me and for the general public, that will be the crux of this. You're talking about a philosophical approach to how we live in our community and what the future looks like, but the guts of it have to get down to something over which we actually have control, which we can influence, as you point out, and is practical, so that I can go out in the street to the average person, and after they've stopped laughing about the term donut, explain to them what it actually means in terms of a policy that will improve this community, that doesn't involve increasing their taxes potentially, or kicking them out of their homes, or making their neighborhoods unlivable, or all those things. I mean, people need to know what's practical, and so that's what certainly I'm looking for in order to assist me, not just in my own understanding, but in being able to explain it to the average person. What does this mean? Because I suspect everybody recognizes we can't continue to grow. We live in a finite planet. And everybody wants to see wealth redistributed in a reasonable way, but what does the city have control over when it comes to that, and what does that mean? It's all of those things. So I'm looking forward to this, but you've got a hell of a task.
Any other questions? Councillor Bonner, then Councillor Martman.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for this. The mayor is quite right. It is a large task. To the mayor's point, all those things you described, those are outside the donut. We don't want those. We want people to be inside the donut, where all the good stuff is. And this isn't a question to suggest that I'm not paying attention and not interested in it, but are all the pictures that you have of the councillors, those are election night pictures, aren't they?
Oh, hang on, let me just see. They might be.
I thought you were looking great.
I just thought they were very nice pictures of happy people who might be happy in a workshop, so.
Yeah, we were happy back then. That's not the case now. Yeah, and I want to thank you, but to the mayor's point originally is in order to really sell this to the members of the community, we have to have things that we can measure, and we can say whether or not we have to work on it. But again, I'm going to bring this up again. If we're racing towards a cliff and we're about to go off, I don't want anybody saying that we didn't do our part. And so we may go off the cliff, but we can say, well, at least we did our part. So I think that's what this whole thing is all about, is how do we make sure that we're doing our part, not only locally, but globally. And so I'm looking very much forward to this thing down the road.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation and all the work that's gone into this to support this. It's a framework, it's an ideology, but it's about social justice and being ecologically safe, right? There is lots that we influence. We influence solid waste, we influence transit, we influence housing. So I see this as being just so important for our city as we build the future for the next generations. This isn't about our city right now. This is about our city for our great-grandchildren and how we build a better place. So I'm incredibly excited by this, so thank you.
The comments? I just like to say, I'm very impressed with the work that's been put on this. That's a lot of work in a short period of time, and I really get the sense that staff really understand this concept and have integrated very beautifully it into the Reimagine process. It's great to see sort of the reference to the Amsterdam and Cornwall examples, and that those being used as potential models to get us idea, and also really looking at the creative aspect to make it our own. I've got no doubt in my mind that this will be extremely practical in terms of planning and really being able to clearly communicate our city's vision and track our progress forward on very important things and really help our planning process going forward. And yeah, I think it's really important to recognize that the work being done here is really, we're going to really be seen as leaders in building a very coherent model for planning and city visioning going forward. So I just thank you very much for the great work that's been done thus far, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion on indicators. I was talking to one gentleman that was speaking with the mayor of Toronto about indicators, and he told the mayor probably the best indicator that you could do that would cover multiple metrics would be the number of school-age girls riding bicycles. And let's sit and think on that one for a little bit. But after a few minutes of talking with the mayor of Toronto, the mayor was like, you're right, you know, this is something that we need to get on right away. And so indicators are a really interesting discussion, and I think the mayor's points about it being very practical and understandable for people is important. And it's a good bedrock for us to base our decisions on. So thank you very much for this work. I look forward to Wednesday, and yeah, great to have some snacks brought in here at this time of hour. So, yay, donuts.
Thank you. And as promised, we're featuring an artist every single time. So this was another submission from a 6-year-old. I'm not sure I'm allowed to mention her name, but this is her submission. And I also wanted to point out, you might notice we go from old-fashioned donut to creative, lots of sweets, to the healthy whole wheat bagel.
Nanaimo's bagel.
Move for adjournment.
Seconded by Mayor Krog. All in favor? Meeting adjourned.